And welcome, Rocket League fans, to the RLCS Winter EU Regional 2. This is what we're calling the Premier Cup. And I'm back with my friends. Cole, Stumpy, how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah.
I feel really happy. I'm very jealous, though, where I've just got some art behind me. And you got an actual real fire. That is beautiful.
It is a real fire, and it's not like it's not a fireplace. It's just a real fire that I decided to
a real fire inside a
That's
television.
mad.
It's amazing
It's so.
what you can do.
Thing is, I saw that earlier, and it
Look at the
truly
smoke.
tricked me. You need to get a chimney, because there is nothing stopping that from just filling your room with carbon monoxide, mate.
I figured it is the Winter Regional, so I figured why not try to get a little cozy. So the fireplaces seem like a perfect excuse. And when you don't have a real one, if you have a TV, you too can have a cozy setting. I'm not noticing any TVs and fireplaces behind you guys. What's going on? I thought
Got a lamp. I can change the color of the lamp. Give me a second. Let me make.
Can you
this
give me?
thing
Yeah, can you give me a warmer color?
I've got loads of stuff behind me. I've got a
Okay,
gaming
that's more
console
cozy.
that is in demand. I've got some art of a book adapted into a film series. I've got some plants. I have a projector. I have a sofa. I've got loads of stuff going on.
There you
Cold
go.
in
Do
a
I
hovel.
look nice and warm now and cozy? Nice.
It went the opposite. You went.
Oh.
You gotta
Okay.
fix it. Listen,
not very good
I
with
got the
lighting.
fireplace. I got the fireplace that's warm. You can change to a warmer color, and then Stumpy's personality is just as warm as it gets. So honestly, you know what? I think we're going to be okay. But yeah, I'm excited to be back with you guys. Obviously, we got an exciting day one. I want just to point out that I'm wearing, just in solidarity for the boys doing so well in the end. I have to, okay? They did really well. Stumpy, you were surprised by Atomic. Just a quick, we're not going to talk about the NA side. Just a quick little, you were surprised with Atomic Switch.
I
didn't you say
was.
something about.
I was
about that?
wrong. I was wrong. I was incorrect. I thought Drees was a bad drop. It turns out he was a great drop. And G2 are cleverer than me at Rocket League. Fair enough. The less we say about it, quite frankly, of me being wrong, the better. So let's get to Europe, mate, and to different atomics.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a closer look here at the winter split point standings as it stands right now. You got Queso here, 411 points. They had quite the showing in the last regional, and I think surprised a lot of people. Cole, what do you think? Was it a big surprise that they went all the way and in such a dominating fashion?
Yeah. Nobody was expecting Team Queso to win. They're a team that's been pretty much getting better and better with each event so far that they've been together as a team. But
So no one expected Queso to win?
Stumpy?
no, but you didn't really.
Me and Johnny literally predicted Queso to win.
You threw
Thank you.
a little thumbtack at a dartboard, and you thought, yeah, that'll do. And
Yeah,
every
you use
1 in
your
50,
brain.
it ends up being correct. And this was the 1 in 50. All right, Stumpy, who's going to win this regional? Just say it
Hang on,
right
let me shut my eyes. Let's throw a dart at the dartboard. This is going to be Stormtroopers. Stormtroopers take it, I reckon.
now. Cool. Okay.
You know what?
There you go.
They're not in
Listen.
16. Oh dear.
Listen, I think that should be the whole pre-show. You guys just kind of going at it, bickering back and forth. I think I don't really need to be here, really. I'm just gonna leave it to you guys.
You're the warmth.
Listen, you guys.
You got the fireplace.
Well, I had to have something, so I was like, "What can I bring to the table? Fireplace. I need something here. I'm dying out here." But listen, yeah, I mean, it is a lot at stake here. It is a lot at stake. There's a lot on the line, and it's going to be interesting to see if Queso can kind of do it again, run it back. BDS obviously had a phenomenal start. In the end, seemed to falter a little bit. So. What's going to happen? That's what's exciting about the regionals. I feel like there's competitive Rocket League happening all the time. This esport is absolutely fantastic. Let's take just a basic rundown real quick of how day one streams work, right? So we got the main broadcast, which you viewers are watching right now. We're going to be following a couple of games, but obviously every single team POV is out there in the Twitch stratosphere. So if you guys want to go and root for your team, send them your encouraging words. Do it by all means. We're not going to have the bandwidth to cover all the matches here on the main broadcast. So every single team should have, as far as I know, their own team stream. So make sure that you guys go check that out. Now, if we take a look at the groups, okay? If we take a look at the groups here, Stumpy, what's coming at you as the group to watch?
Oh boy. Well, something that Cole pointed out to me privately is Group D is the yellowest group we have ever had.
I love that.
Semper, Queso, Minions, and Na'Vi, they are just rocking that shade of yellow. They look great. One of the scariest groups we're looking at, though, I think is probably Group C. Dignitas, Vitality, Misfits, who right now have to be on that warpath to try and reach the top 5, then make it through to the major. Double O Nation are also, they looked fantastic previously. They're a team that I feel has shocked us with how well they can do at times, but just haven't had that consistency. And Dignitas, they are the previous grand finalists from before, just got smashed by Queso, happily avoiding them. Vitality, they're chilling in a boot camp right now. We've seen what boot camp can do to some of these teams.
Now, Cole, Queso can actually clinch the spot here at the major by making the finals. So do you think this fires them up especially much for this weekend's matches?
I mean, they are now the team that their opponents will do one of two things against. They will either throw everything against them and have a target on their back, and it'll be even harder for Team Queso to win, or other teams will start to overly respect them, and players like Vatira will just be able to have so much space on the pitch, double flip resetting all over the place, and it can actually work in their favor that they did win the last one. So they have a very good chance of making it very far in this tournament as well.
Now, Dignitas can also clinch by winning this regional. So, once again, there is a lot at stake here. But let's take a look at the bracket real quick, show off what you guys are going to be watching after the group stage, okay? So, winner of each group will qualify for the winner's bracket of the playoffs. Second and third place will play through the lower bracket. And sadly, fourth place will be eliminated. Best of luck next time. That's essentially the rundown for the 3 days. Now, looking at the prize pool, $100,000 doesn't sound too bad. That's split amongst the 16 teams here. And of course, you're competing for the very, very important circuit rank points like we talked about with Queso and Dignitas. There is a lot at stake, but also, who is the premier team of EU? You know, is it Queso? Is it BDS? Is it another team? That's going to be decided. I mean, we're going to find that out when it's all said and done after this weekend. So the matchups for round one. Cole, what is a matchup that you think stands out? I think you mentioned to me it was Vitality versus Misfits. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Vitality versus Misfits. The classic question, are Vitality back? If they beat Misfits, obviously they are. If they lose to Misfits, they're dead. They need a roster change. Misfits have disappointed in a couple of events recently, but I just adore this team. And I still back them over the course of the season to do very well indeed. I'm a massive, unashamed fanboy of Cash for many reasons. Misfits is a star player, I think. But also BDS against Guild. Guild are back for the first time in a while. It's been way too long since we've seen Guild here. Gregan was telling us earlier on, reminding us that they were the first team to actually beat BDS in 2 separate events in EU. So a little bit of history there between those two teams. And Stumpy, Guild will be desperate to make a statement here that they really are still that quality level team.
I mean, they're currently sitting at 16th in points. They have had just an unbelievably tumultuous time of it. They haven't looked like the team that was, challenging up in the previously in spring back in RLCS X and throughout that entire season. They didn't do very well in the European Championship, back in RLCS X again. And we mention that so often because that's when, realistically, that's when they were last good. They haven't been good for a very long time. To come up against BDS, that's incredibly rough, but bottom seed, that's who you face. BDS, they're the top team in Europe, and they have to go through somebody first.
I mean, it's going to be exciting. Here are the 2 teams that we are going to be watching here for round 1. It's got to be Luminosity Gaming versus Williams Resolve. Now, this is a matchup. I remember Shogun said in the previous regional that he was surprised. I'm just going to say he said he was surprised that Williams Resolve made it as far as they did. You guys agree with that sentiment, Cole? What about you?
I don't think surprised that they would make it as far as they did is really fair, because they are a team that have solidity above all else. I would be surprised if they then went on into, your top 3s, your top 2s, because when you get to that point in a tournament, you're up against teams that are actively popping off. And maybe Williams Resolve need to do that themselves just a little bit more to break through there. But I think we can consistently see them in the top 5 or 6 or so for a long while to come.
All right. Well, as always, chat, we are going to start with our fan vote, okay? Use the hashtags there that you see on screen. Who do you think is going to nab this series? And let's see if we can align ourselves with chat or distance ourselves accordingly. Stumpy, who do you think is going to take this one?
There are a lot of fanboys right now surrounding Williams Resolve, and I think that a lot of people want to see them do well, and they've got very passionate casts over there with Bass and Muntz. They're brilliant guys, hosted by Tofu Elliott. I think that Williams Resolve, for me, take it. They were a top team in the previous regional back in the Apollo Open. I think they can probably do that again. Hard group, but certainly can.
I would say the Luminosity are a team that are desperate to prove themselves. They were really hyped coming into winter and didn't quite perform last time out. I just think, though, that Williams Resolve currently have that momentum. They've also finished top 8 in 4 of the regionals they've qualified for. So when they make it here, they tend to run far, and I can't see that changing right here. So I'll start off with a Williams Resolve win.
I'm going to concur with you guys. I'm also going to say Williams Resolve, and I'm basing that off of what Shogun said that they wouldn't make it so far in the last region.
To spite him entirely.
Just out of spite, okay? Just out of spite for Shogun. And let's see, chat will say 62% for Luminosity. Chat does not agree with our assessment.
That's fair.
But that's good. Listen, we need a little bit of drama, okay? It's good for these type of broadcasts. Chat versus casters versus the desk. I love it, okay? This is how we create a little bit of juice, a little bit of action. All right, guys, please take it away.
That was such a cool graphic that brought us in to the first game of the Premier Cup, Cole. It is going to be wonderful. It's going to be such a fun tournament, as it always is, for European Rocket League. And we were saying that, you know, Williams Resolve, we took them on to be the team that may well win here. It's by no means a shock if either of these teams, you know, smash the other one or if it's a close one. I think they are incredibly close with their performances. Luminosity are just a little bit more of a roster that you can kind of think, yeah, maybe they just don't have it to go against Williams Resolve.
Oh, well, Luminosity, they are an entertaining team, that's for sure. We had Tox and Ixo coming together towards the end of last season and doing so well with SK Gaming before they trailed off somewhat. And then what a pickup. Atomic for Yukio. Atomic, who was Team Queso's best player more often than not. This is the former version of Team Queso, and they got themselves to the championships and did so much. He is capable of digging them out of a hole if they find themselves in one. You can never be confident you've got the win when Atomic has the ball against you. So Williams Resolve are going to have to deal with that one, but they are such a solid team themselves. And we're seeing it already. They're relatively comfortable defending against Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity Gaming, a team that tend to strike fear into their opponents, Stumpy.
Yeah, I think with the Luminosity, they love to shoot a lot. They like to really take it to their opponents as often as they can. But then they also allow a lot of shots on the backside of their gameplay where they don't actually shut down that much in the midfield. Good bump coming in as well. They don't shut down that much in the midfield, but equally, they are quite happy to work on the counter-attack. I think that's going to suit Williams quite well. And I think that when teams do accept a lot of that pressure, you need to be the best defensive team in the world to then put up with the best attacking teams in the world. Luminosity, for me right now, aren't that team, but they can certainly grow into it.
A lovely pass there from Ixo to Tox, who was already up for it, but Sizen gets himself in the way. And this is sort of what we expect from the start of a tournament. Slow and steady, just finding yourself into this first series, making sure you don't give too much away. Remember, the reward for finishing top of your group is going into that upper bracket, having an extra life when the playoffs begin tomorrow. It's massive. And the playoffs begin tomorrow and beyond. He'll be the first of these teams to give their opponents a chance. It's a bit of an awkward touch there. Sizen's up, might get the first goal of this open, but it's saved on the goal line and then saved again by Tox and Ixo.
Yeah, a couple of efforts to clear that ball away from the goal line. Currently not yielding any results until a great pass from Atomic towards Ixo. Goes up for the edge, but isn't able to connect. And the defense from Williams Resolve standing strong, just as the Luminosity defense is. Atomic having to tip that one just over the line. Williams Resolve doing so well versus Queso, the eventual winners of our Apollo Open a couple of weekends ago, where they ended up taking Queso to Game 7 and played in 5 overtimes against them, losing out only in the final Game 7 overtime. It was so close. They were the strongest team versus Queso, and that was the upper semi. So Williams Resolve have got a lot to live up to, I think, seeing as then they went down and just punched repeatedly on the floor by Dignitas.
It was cruel. If it was a boxing match, the referee would have said no more after about 13 seconds in the Dignitas versus Williams Resolve match. But I'm sure they won't have that in their mind. They'll have the series that came before and they performed so well, and this defensive solidity that is showing. Quick transitions for Dosin that challenges Ixo in the air. There's a great pass out from Tox to Atomic, who couldn't quite connect with it, but Prime finds himself still stranded skywards. Ixo versus Redosin. It's still pretty slow pedestrian at this point. No one really taking too much of a risk. Lots of safe touches. No clear chances so far.
Yeah, a lot of players playing for that close 50, then passes. Great save out the way by Tox. Backflips it to safety. A pass central from Prime over to Radosin. Back out from Prime, but the miss is missing. Radosin now with a chance to try and get that round into the orange half to continue the attack. Sidon taking full advantage of Tox, slowing the game down. Chance for Eats, though, to go for one of his terrifying dribble plays. A man who is very, very good at 1v1s. More historically, more than nowadays. It's definitely transitioned into the 3v3 scene with absolute abundance.
Oh, that's awkward from Eeks, though. He was just a little bit too close to the ball there, so his touch sent the ball behind him. He did well to recover, to be fair, and then gets the 100 boost from the center. So no harm done, but just a slightly shaky moment. The later we get and the closer we go with 0 goals scored, each and every touch just has that extra pressure attached to it. You know, this first goal, the first statement in this tournament, they're trying to force it for themselves. There's Atomic. Around the corner he goes. Sixo's up to the sky where Prime was already waiting. Just Luminosity Gaming looking better in the last 20 seconds or so. Can they get themselves a chance? Here's Atomic. This could be it. And it is. Luminosity almost take game 1.
Tox finding the EU Atomic. Sorry, Orb, it's not G2 this time. Double tap from that backboard and finding the bottom right corner. Atomic was there exactly when he needed to be. The lead for Luminosity in the final 17 seconds of game number 1. Vital in the group stages to get these early leads, to give yourself that confidence and to work up the buffer. Radosin going for one touch, but Tox to clear it away. Prime now fully on the back foot with 60 boost. He has to do something special. Works his way up high, but Ixo with a nice pre-jump to get out of the way, and again out the way of the defense. Now it's time for Luminosity to let this ball touch the floor. Worked off a couple of defenders. Still chances, though, with only 6 boost. Prime can't do too much. Punted to the floor. Luminosity, they take game number 1.
Yeah, a pretty slow start, really, for both of these teams, but fair play to Luminosity. They grinded it out and in the end got their rewards. They did have 11 shots compared to Williams Resolves' 5, so I guess statistically that was a fair result. I think I'm a little bit disappointed so far from Williams Resolve. You know, when they came up against Team Queso in the last regional, what they did so well was when they had a chance, they would take it. Their shooting was on point. Their decision-making was great. So even though they weren't going for flick resets all the time and trying a million different mechanical plays, they would at least be a bit more creative. I think we were lacking it somewhat there.
Yeah, I'd like to see more creativity, personally. Or in that series, it definitely seemed, in that game, rather, it seemed like they were definitely trying to figure each other out and get their footing early on in the Premier Cup.
I mean, but isn't that pretty common, though? You know, you get warmed up. You know, that way you can kind of scrap a loss, right? We lost, but it was kind of a warm-up situation. If anybody was going to score, of course, it was going to be EU Atomic, okay? It just makes sense. I was watching the BDS game that just ended, and now I missed the final result. But BDS was up by 2. BDS was up by 2. And then they gave away 2 goals, and it was a tie, and it was a long overtime. Who actually going to snipe the win?
BDS
I'm on the edge of my seat right
3-2, apparently. With about a 2-minute overtime, BDS ended up taking it.
There you go. Sorry, I couldn't find my result sheet.
That was beautiful. I felt like I was watching it live with the 2 goals equalised and then suddenly OT.
Tell you what, though, that is a really, really good start for Guild. If they've taken BDS to an overtime, either that's on BDS to try and bring it back a little bit, or it's on Guild to just continue that form. But LG, big old Luminosity, they're going to need to continue this form. And if you're watching any of these team streams, we're looking at Resolve and Luminosity right now. You can watch Williams Resolve with Fans from the Past and Months over on twitch.tv/ResolvePOV, or you can watch the very strange from last week viewing party of Luminosity on LG Loyal. That is with Fury, Rocky No Hands, and Anomaly.
Or any of the other series as well. Any team you want to watch, they will have their own broadcast. Go and cheer them on. We will not hold it against you. We're just an overview of everything. But Stumpy will, but the rest of us are more balanced and fair. And that. And speaking of balanced and fair, this has been a very balanced series so far. Neither team is really making too much of a statement. Atomic might be about to, but his double tap just not just not accurate enough.
Yeah, definitely a chance there, I think, for Atomic, but I think he rightly assumed the Williams player was going to get the second touch and just completely failed to. Prime couldn't quite pick up that back booster. He has to return whilst getting bumped on the way. Sizing with a weak shot allows Ixo to take a touch. And I think a couple of times I just want to see these players take the initiative of maybe he'll miss, and if he does, then I can go for the proper shot. Don't bank on them hitting it, especially if you're already up. Otherwise, what are you even there for?
Tox was a little bit slow in defense earlier on, and it almost left him punished. but he was well backed up by his teammates on the goal line. Williams Resolve definitely looking a lot more in this second game as they're trying to pass the ball and force some angles to get each other on the ball. A tactical use of the second jump there from Prime gets in the dunk. And now Williams Resolve are in. Redosa decides against that one. The slow, steady approach doesn't quite work here. Sends them all the way back and a miss by Prime. It's still just a little bit staggered, both of their attacks.
Yeah, a couple of times we've seen that backboard miss too. I don't want to see that become a trend, because that is what a lot of teams they get beaten down for. And as soon as any of these teams see that, their backboard defense is not great, again with Redosa just giving that ball to the defender, does get the touch, but it's still not great. Lovely pass back from Atomic over towards Tox, but Leaks are not able to get the position. As soon as your opponent sees that you are not getting the backboard clears, then they're going to keep peppering the backboard.
Still a little bit twitchy though. Ixo had time, more than he realized, when that ball was landing on him. He just sort of rushed into a dodge, which I think it was Redosa on the goal line. It's exactly what he wanted. So Luminosity Gaming, they just need to let that extra split second happen. You know, Williams Resolve are giving them space. They are giving them chances to do a bit more with the ball than they are. That's why they turn to a player like Atomic. He's got boost in the tank. He goes to the ceiling. Prime closed them down nice and fast, and that falls to Ixo. They're just starting to put their pincer attack on Williams Resolve right now, and it's almost coming in clutch.
Atomic just being shunted away from that ball, nearly getting the shot off though. But yeah, just cutting across, and it's not very pretty to look at. Ixo though with a very pretty goal.
Lovely finish from Ixo. I think the man on the goal line thought he'd have this covered, but such was the quality and speed of the shot. Oh, there was Prime. He's already pre-jumping it. Gets himself in trouble already. I think he was avoiding a dodge. Maybe that's a bump, sorry. That's what put him into trouble. So in the end, it was a lovely attack from Luminosity.
Yeah, Tox forced Prime to reverse in there and jump, putting him into just the worst position. Regardless, Ixo getting that nice acute angle down. He manages to get the goal. Luminosity again going to be up with a minute and 50 this time. Atomic up for the double. Sizen missing again though, and on the goal line, Ixo punishing those backboard misses.
There we go, Atomic. He's faked him out here. Everyone's expecting him to get it, so Sizen rushes. Redosa desperate to make up for it. And then, that's horrible for Sizen. Gravity was not his friend there. All he could do was flop to the floor and watch the ball bounce over him for 2-0.
That was pretty bad from Sizen. Like, that was pretty bad. He needs to just get a touch there. Isn't able to. Regardless of Atomic, he's the one to clear it away. He wants to get the monkey off his back and get away from the thoughts that, okay, our backboard defense isn't great. Again, the double commit though. Williams Resolve, they're looking shaky.
They are. Where's the communication? They were both in the air for about 15 minutes and they still double committed. All it would have taken was one call to say I got it or leave it or literally anything. And that could have been avoided. Here's Sizen though, trying to make up for it. Doinks to himself, gets an angle, but what a demo that is from Ixo. It seems that every time Williams Resolve are about to take control of the situation, someone from Luminosity Gaming flies in and just takes them off the pitch.
Yeah, it was a nice demo just to clear it away because the attacker still went for the pass as well. Even though Redosa is no longer there. Prime up for one. Is blocked out by Sizen. I like that fake out from the two of them. Redosa to shoot. Tox to save. It's Luminosity continuing this 2-goal lead. A great pass from Atomic onto the backboard, but with no boost to follow. And now falls again to Williams. This is just ping-pong back and forth, trying to get the best redirect possible.
Oh, the best redirect, or the best ceiling pinch. Look at that from Tox. And I tell you what, Stumpy, with 20 or 30 seconds left and 2 goals to the good, it'll be Luminosity that are a lot more pleased with this ping-pong gameplay. Every second that goes is another victory for them. Tox going to try and get in the way of Redosa. Redosa wins the race, but doesn't do too much with it. And now more backboard awkwardness from Williams Resolve. It almost leads to a third goal. Atomic's on the backboard himself, trying to take Sizen out the game. Williams Resolve won't go a third goal down, but their backboard defense has been shocking, frankly.
It's literally rookie errors. Just missing those basic touches. It gives your attackers, it gives your opponents so much confidence to work your way in. And confidence is such a huge thing in series like this. I mean, we've seen it across so many esports. As soon as an opponent sees a hole in your gameplay, as far as I'm concerned, that's game over.
No, absolutely. I mean, finding a weakness and really, I don't know, utilizing your skill to dig into said weakness, that could be extremely bad if you can't adapt fast enough. And I don't know, maybe just switch up your game. So far, it's looking like Chad is gonna beat us on this one.
Very
okay, right now,
I mean, Chad had it dead on.
Yeah. Go Cole.
I was gonna say, we have had 2 games now where at the start of game one, I really thought that, you know, you're finding your way into it. It's slow, it's steady, that's fine. But I think Luminosity have realized that they do not need to speed up because for whatever reason, Williams Resolve are not at the races. So where I was a little bit disappointed with both teams in game one, now I'm saying fair play Luminosity. You don't have to overextend. You don't have to try and risk anything that doesn't have to be risked because Williams Resolve aren't putting any pressure back on you all.
Well, for now.
Yeah,
for
true.
now. I was checking out the Navi stream because obviously they had their previous regional. They had, you know, their internet issues that we kept talking about. That was heartbreaking to see. Virtuoso's internet issues just prevented them from playing at all. Now they finally got to playing. It started really strong. They were up 2-0 against Semper, and then something went wrong. We talked about, finding a weakness and exploiting that weakness. That seemed to have happened there because they ended up losing. I believe 2-4 was the final score there.
Gutting for Na'Vi, but bear in mind, guys, you can all go and watch those streams. To keep an eye out on any of the links that we're going to be showing off on the stream. Thank you all, though, as Game 3 gets underway. And Luminosity, one more game with no goals for Williams Resolve. And that, my friends, is a perfect sweep.
And I don't think that Williams Resolve can have too many complaints if they end up being perfect sweat, but that's slightly better, more incisive from them, and a demo at the end of it. I feel like their coach has been shouting at them, telling them to start playing it properly. Rick's Ronde is saying, lads, we've got to get some passes going, but still they can't get the goals in. Interesting touch from Tox, sets up Prime, who takes that extra split second.
Brilliant.
That's what was needed. Williams Resolve get their goal.
Prime has zero boost through that entire play, knows that all the defense is going to be challenging him, and he just takes it slower, flicks it perfectly top corner, bear in mind, and Atomic at a standstill. The boost isn't able to get him there. Perfect sweep denied, and Williams Resolve with the lead.
A change of pace, exactly what Williams Resolve needed. Now, can they really put their foot on the pedal and keep on going and make Luminosity come out of their shell? Way more than they've had to so far. Good touch there from Tox. Towards the backboard he goes. He wants to steal this boost as well and does. So that could put Williams Resolve in a bit of a quandary as they try and get this ball out. But actually size and slow things down really well to tee up Prime. Williams Resolve playing much better now. This is the version of them that got into the top 5 and top 6 at the last regional stampede.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely the gameplay change where you've gone down by 2. If you lose this one, it's like, fine, we lose the series anyway. And it clearly wasn't working how we were playing before. Let's just try and attack a little bit more. Try and get into positions where we're able to threaten the net of Luminosity. Because they are, like you said, they were running away with it. You know, they were making sure that they were taking those chances. Prime up for one reset. Leaves the air dribble onto the backboard. Sizen to collect.
We wanted control, and here it is. Prime is the man who has stepped right up. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely glorious. When you can make a player like Atomic completely fooled, you know that it's a beautiful couple of touches.
90 seconds gone, and Williams Resolve managing to score 2 in that time as well. Looking like they want to be winning it out on this third match. Prime to drop it down. Sizen with a late jump allows an avenue for Atomic to work his way into. Redosing can't get the ceiling pinch like Tox did earlier. That was just magnificent to watch. Sizen up for 1 to the backboard, but doesn't continue going up, so Atomic, he's able to catch it in the midfield. Couple of chances now, seeing a lot more for Williams Resolve, looking like a team that knows that they got into the top 5-6 spaces previously.
Tox though goes for a flip reset himself and then gets the bump on Redosing instead. Good communication now from Williams Resolve. Even when the unexpected is happening from Luminosity, they're able to deal with it much better in defense. Able to stand strong and frustrate their opponents like they did so often before. Around the corner goes Redosing. He might have a pass in the center. He takes his time yet again. Brilliant play. And slows it down. Atomic, he's looked a little bit lost with what Williams Resolve are offering them right now. And now suddenly it's Luminosity that are getting in each other's way, bumping each other, struggling to bring the ball forwards, and just desperate to get themselves on the score sheet.
I mean, we've certainly seen Williams Resolve work their way into this position previously. I mean, looking back at the Apollo Open, they managed in the first round to reverse sweep Evil Geniuses. When they went down 2, they then won 3 in a row. In fact, out of 8 of the best of 5 reverse sweeps we've had this season in Europe, Williams Resolve have been part of 2 of them. They've got 25%. That is a massive, massive percentage. And Williams Resolve, they must know that. Maybe just a slow starter team instead.
Well, they're almost 33% of the way to bringing this reverse sweep into reality. That's a great challenge again from Prime. I feel like Williams Resolve, just look so strong and in control of this game. Luminosity, they're trying to pick things up. You can see that they're desperate to pick up the pace, to get it going, to get things started. But Williams Resolve are just timing when to sit back and when to go. Much better now. That's a better touch from Atomic. Almost worked out. But even when it almost works out, they still survive.
Oh, Redosin, that movement throughout, just holding a handbrake and starting to redshift around the pitch. Awesome, awesome movement, just showing that he's feeling a lot more comfortable in this game now. With a minute left, it's 2 goals, and Ixo trying to go for 1, but blocked out by Prime for that second touch.
There it is.
Sizen now on an open net, has to go for the double. Atomic tries to smash him out the backside. Instead, Sizen can get it in the net.
Yeah, Atomic, it's just frustration there from Luminosity Gaming. The fact that Atomic, I don't even know how much boost he had. He just drove. He just held R2. And he just went. And you could see what was happening from a mile away. And what was happening was Williams Resolve getting their 3rd. Prime has 3. How nice is that?
It's nice. 1 minute. Williams Resolve. Chance to just work their way back into this series, I think. And this is a really good time to do it as well. I mean, if you lose it, you're out. So you have to do something in this 3rd game. Luminosity, I think they're a bit shocked by the fact that now Williams Resolve dare challenge them.
Yeah, they look like they've not been expecting it. And by the time they realized what was happening and started to dictate the pace a bit more themselves, they were 2 goals down, and that led to that overcommit earlier on. So you can see what's happening as far as Luminosity go. I certainly expect that we'll see a bit of a change in playstyle from them in game number 4. Maybe try to rush things a bit more at the start rather than get a feel for that game like they did in this one. Because Williams Resolve are much more in control than they ever were. But I mean, you know, Luminosity, they were 2 games up, but they weren't exactly playing at their absolute best to get those 2 games. They've basically been given a head start, and now the question is, can they get themselves over the line against a team that got further than them in the last event?
Oh, and have precedent of punishing teams that do start to let off the gas, and when Williams Resolve really do accelerate towards that finish line. A lovely blue livery on your screens right now, as Williams Resolve do manage to take it. Sizen with 2 goals there for himself, and Prime with the 1. And that just looked like a completely different team orb.
I mean, does that just mean that Williams Resolve is more of I don't know, a slow burner of a team? You know, it takes them a little while to get going, but once they do, they just turn into a machine. Is this going to be the reverse sweep?
That's the best. What do you think? Tell you what, mate, I'm going to put you on the spot. What did you think?
If Williams Resolve can, I mean, I obviously predicted them, so of course.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we all did. Yeah, it is then easy. Yeah, it's fine.
I feel like
it is easy.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, this is fun. From our resident stats man who has noticed something that nobody else would notice.
Gregan.
Game 1 was 1-0. No, direct. Game 2 was 2-0.
Oh, it's direct.
Game 3 was 3-0. So
What?
game 4.
It's got to be. Well, it's got to be 4-0.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Question
it's
mark?
scripted enough, to have, I mean, we saw the groups, we saw the, what Cole said, the yellow group, because literally every team with a yellow logo was in group D. It's got to be scripted at some point. So we are looking at a 4-0. That's what I'm thinking. Can Williams Resolve bring it back, Cole? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, a question has been thrown at them. They may well have the answer, but at least they have to do something to get their games now. So I'd say that this is like the new beginning of this series that seemed like it was petering out. Suddenly it has some life. And Williams Resolve, they have experience in recent times of going all the way in these series when things are very real and the pressure is very high. You know, competing with Queso for top 3. That is their recent history. This is nothing to them. Yeah, I'm back in Williams Resolve here still.
I mean, Luminosity, they're the ones that need to start strong, and Tox is the man to do it. With that first goal, that's going to be putting Luminosity in the lead. Great slowdown from Atomic. That change of pace, we saw it be so vital for Prime in the previous game. Atomic certainly taking notes.
For the prophecy to be foretold, this now has to finish 4-0 to Luminosity Gaming, which would surprise me based on the last game. But who knows, maybe they've got even more in the tank than what they've been showing us so far. Williams Resolve, though, we're going to keep plugging away. Going to keep trying to get back into this series, well alive. Tox goes up, though. He's getting a lot more involved. Luminosity Gaming always at their best when Tox is at the end of everything, interlinking all of Atomic and Ixo's touches. But Sizen, brilliant dribbling from him until Tox gets a couple of touches and just slows Williams Resolve down. And look at him now. He's feeling a lot more as Tox. This is why I love this player.
That movement again. I just love seeing players flow around the pitch like water around a corner. They just look so fun and free, like they know exactly how they need to be approaching the pitch. It's awesome.
Sizen is going to leave that one for Prime. Good decision. Just sending it up, seeing if his teammate can win the race. But actually, Radosin completely decides against it, which Luminosity Gaming did not expect. So the next touch from Toxic was a little bit rushed, a little bit into the corner, and this is where Williams Resolve will try to pounce. Smart play here, Radosin still on the end of that good decision-making earlier, but it has backfired for now. Because Ixo has got no boost, but he has got the ball. And Prime's touches into the center. It could be 2-0 here, and yes, it is.
We just need 2 more to continue the scriptedness of this series. But Tox again with the goal. Ixo, really nice play around the corner, slowing it down a touch, just drawing in 1 defender, and he can then tap it around, and then 2 defenders for Williams Resolve aren't able to get that final touch. 90 seconds gone with 2 goals scored.
That was a really fun little tug of war right there, where there was a good decision there from Williams Resolve, and Luminosity Gaming looked like they were under the thumb for a second, but as soon as they broke out, Williams Resolve had overcommitted to it, and it ended up completely backfiring. So I don't blame WR for what they did. It's just funny how it works out sometimes, but they won't be laughing. They'll instead be trying to get back into this game. 2 goals needed for them. As Prime goes out wide, does he get this extra touch? He doesn't. This worked out well for them. Sizen's in there for a pass. Prime goes up to him. They've been trying that tee up for a couple of times, trying to fake it and prod it. This time they do go for it, but Luminosity Gaming have been learning and listening and watching, and we're ready for it. And Williams Resolve looking a little bit blunt again.
Tell you what I'd like to see in those positions where you knew Prime was passing that. He didn't have the boost. The passing does manage to work. The shot comes off at least, but just can't quite find its way in. When your teammate is definitely going to pass it, they need to call it. Because if they don't, there's going to be opportunities where then the 50 just happens in the air because your opponent knows exactly as much as you do. Call it early. Let your teammate pre-jump. Sometimes that 0.2 of a second is going to earn you the goal.
The Williams Resolve third man has moved forward about halfway further down the pitch. Look how much they're aggressing right now. They're feeling this is their moment to strike. Prime goes to the ceiling. Sizen's there. Ixo had to get in the way because there were 2 angles of attack that Williams Resolve could have taken had he not been interrupting. And that's good play from Atomic just to touch that one of those. Sizen, what a read. Sending it right down the heart of the Luminosity Gaming defense. It's interesting touches right now from Luminosity Gaming. Really important ones. Ixo has done a lot of work in defense in the last 20 seconds or so. And Williams Resolve are going to have to come forward again. That's a good pass. Here's Prime. He shoots, but it's going to be saved by Tox, who's having a brilliant game. And another important touch. Doesn't get the goal,
That's
but
so
he is
good.
going to get the assist. Great play from Tox.
That's genius. That's so clever from Tox. Just his movement down the pitch and then getting the demo in the way of Prime sends him to the sky, and Ixo is able to tap it in. 1 more goal to continue onto the 4-0 trend. LG, they want this story.
What's more likely, 4-0 or Williams Resolve coming back into this one and winning the series?
If Williams Resolve get literally 1 goal and ruin this for us, I am never forgiving them.
I'll never ever forgive Williams Resolve.
No, never.
I
And
remember that.
they'll feel that.
When they win Worlds and everybody is saying, wow, what a team, they're amazing, we love them. You'll be there on the desk looking glum.
Don't care. Yeah, don't care. I don't care. They're just perfect sort of NRG in the final. Don't care.
Yeah, terrible storyline. Oh, is this 4?
That's 4.
Here's Ixo. Oh, he's
Right.
stuck it off the post.
Hold. Surely they hold now. Surely they know. Surely I'm not obviously not going to type in chat and say to them, guys, 4-0 lol in game 4. But if they do, game 1 was 1-0, game 2 was 2-0, game 3 was 3-0. This would be game 4 4-0. We need this. This is
So,
going to
like-
make me happy.
Like we need Twitch chat to sort of send their energy. Just say hold. Lots of caps lock holds coming in for the next 70 seconds or so. We don't want any goals. We're not hyping up any potential. I'll tell you what, if there's a
Don't need
worldie, we'll be like, you know, wow,
Fine.
what a goal in that.
Well,
But
yeah,
if
we'll
it's
ruin
a
the
rubbish
moment
goal-
for their social media manager and just not be excited.
I mean, I think if their team is 4-0 down and they score a goal, then that moment's ruined. Then oh, Prime, don't come on,
Prime.
no, Prime. Hey, well done, Ixo.
Come on, don't. Oh. Okay, he can't score either, though. He can't score. Right, Radosin, get to the ground now. Good man, Atomic. And he gets the flip reset with the bump. Ixo.
No, slice and say, he's good. Okay,
Come on,
it's fine.
30 seconds.
I'm
30
just
seconds for the 4.
terrified of Williams Resolve's backboard defense.
Don't.
Like, this is going to go to the backboard, and
Thank
then
God it's gone to the corner.
if there's a 0-second 5
Don't.
Müller.
No, Atomic, don't score a worldie.
Oh, what a save!
Oh, that was nearly a worldie.
That is such a good save. 15 more seconds. Countdown, everyone, from 10.
Come on.
All we
Come on,
want is
right,
no
10
more goals.
seconds.
10.
Right, Atomic,
9,
you need to just
8,
not. Don't you dare
7,
Ixo. Prime,
6,
leave it. That's it. That's
5,
fine. Sizen.
4,
Come on.
3.
No more goals.
2.
Don't get a 0.
1.
Don't get 0 second.
Yes!
Yes!
That's been a
The game 1, 1-0. The game 2, 2-0. The game 3, 3-0. The game 4, 4-0. Orb, are you as elated as we are?
The prophecy has rung true, as it was foretold. We knew it was going to be 4-0. Oh my God. Well, I mean, that was actually perfect. I love how you guys got more hype towards the end when you're like, the script could be true. That was really the more exciting thing towards the end. I love that. I love that. I mean, going on in some of the other matchups and some of the other groups, we actually do have our first 3-0s. We have BDS beating Guild 3-0, and then we had Semper beating Navi 3-0. I mean, I'm thinking, is this like BDS's redemption arc from the previous regional? Is it them like, I don't know. Was this meant to happen for them?
I mean, getting perfect swept, you can only really go up from there. That was the last result they had was going, it was like 14 goals down versus Dignitas, which isn't great, and scoring literally 0 and setting a new record. They still got 3rd though, so it's not too bad. You know, you can live off that. I think getting that 3-0 versus Guild is an unbelievably expected result. They need to get the 3-0. They always start, well, I said they always start. They typically start boiling hot, which for them is lukewarm. And then they're going to gradually build up, then become volcanic.
Cole, what about you regarding Semper versus Navi? Is that also a predicted outcome for you, that Semper beating them in such a clean sweep manner?
Absolutely. Semper are a brilliant team. Consistently go above and beyond everybody's expectations to the point where we should start to be expecting them to do as well as they always do at this point. They're a fantastic roster. They only finished 9th to 12th in the last regional Semper, so it was disappointing. So all these wins that they're picking up, especially comfortable ones like a 3-0, is precisely what they need to get themselves back in the game. But I'm just happy, to be honest, that Navi have actually been able to field 3 players. It was gutting. After Virtuoso finally made it back to the RLCS after being dropped from Endpoint at the end of RLCS X, at the 4th time of asking it was in Winter Regional 1, and he wasn't able to play. Like, how frustrating and awful. But now, at least they're playing.
I mean, it's got to be rough. I mean, once again, maybe they're just a slow start burner of a team. You know, maybe they will kick back into their round 1 and find their form. What we're taking a look at right here, guys. This is some of the other team streams. Right now, we got Misfits versus Team Vitality, and don't forget, you can check out all the other team streams. All the other team streams available through the Twitch Sphere. So please go and check that out. But who do you guys got on this one? Misfits versus Vitality, Stumpy.
I reckon, and I kind of hope that it's going to be Misfits, because I feel like they need to have a really good showing here. But Vitality, they're on boot camp. It's hard to argue with that. I'll go Misfits though to keep it fun.
I will go with Team Vitality because they're on the cusp of at least a reverse sweep setup, which is very interesting to me.
Let's go and do a little listening with the team and see what's running through their mind right at this moment during the overtime.
Coming up, and Cash is right there again. Defense has been good enough from Misfits. The double commits, they haven't been punished for any of them yet. But I'm just worried if there's a little bit of pressure from Vitality, that's exactly what's going to happen. And for Vitality, well, there it is. That's a Game 5 goal right there. Alpha 54 puts it in himself. What happens to the rotation here? We look back, first 50 is 1, and Arju is the whole way up down the field. Cash is caught in the corner. The rotation breaks down.
Well, there you have that. Stumpy, this was expected?
I think for the story, I will say yes. Now they're on that. Now they're on that reverse sweep hype. You know, they're wanting to work it through. They're gonna get to Game 5 and then potentially lose and just have wasted time for all of us. But right now we're in Game 5 of EG versus Carmine Corp with a minute left. I don't know how this one's gonna swing. Carmine Corp. Oh my God! What a catch, Ivan!
Well, okay, listen. Let's try to do a little listening here and see what's going through the mind of the players. What is that?
Slowly walks into the goal, tying up this series here as we move into the literal last minute of this Game 5 as we are all tied up.
I know it's Cars, but the footwork there was insane from Ivan. Just breaking his opponent's ankles. What a shot by them. And now he's already looking for more on Carmine's sword, that side of the field.
EG can smell blood in the water here with being able to possibly reverse sweep them in the last 40 seconds here if they're able to score another goal here, as the ball is going to be brought over to the side of Evil Geniuses here. Riz is going to be able to connect that one, save that out from being a potential goal here. We are into the last 30 seconds. It is anybody's match.
Best of 5 could not be closer. The final match,
just like that.
It's a score. I want to see this one up close. What is going on here? He just nice shot to himself off the roof and then right in, but Astral guides it on accident. That is brutal own goal.
An absolute nightmare for Karma Corp here, as Cataclysm makes, or Cat is able to bring the advantage to Evil Geniuses with the pass to himself for putting them up 2-1 in the last 20 seconds here. An absolute disaster for Karma Corp. Will that be the nail in the coffin for this series?
10 seconds, EG keeping on Carmine's Corp's side of the field. They just have got to play defense here. Keep it away. Now you see Carmine Corp trying to keep it in the air. EG are going to try and force it into the ground. Right now it's a high up air ball, but down from Cataclysm, and it's going all the way downfield. It's going to land.
And just like that,
the reverse sweep.
What a banger series to start.
All right. Well, Cole, what do you think of EG's performance there?
I just love the fact that EG clutching it out. It's something they've been missing recently. They had a tiebreaker with Williams Resolve to auto-qualify for this and not need close qualifiers. They lost it. And then I was watching back one of their series against Misfits in close qualifiers. Game 1, they conceded with 12 seconds left and lost the OT. Game 5, they conceded with 2 seconds left and lost the OT. So this is definitely a team that likes to give things up in the last 30 seconds or so. So the fact that they 1, scored the goal and 2, held will do wonders for their mindset.
Now we had M Point beating Stormtroopers 3-1. Queso beating Cookster's Minions by 3-1. This is what's there's so much going on during day one. There's so many different results to keep track of, and I understand from a viewer point of view, there is a lot to check out. Once again, all the teams have their own team streams, and we're trying to just relay some of the information to keep you guys up to date with what's going on. Now this Dig matchup here, Cole. Who should be winning this? It's got to be Dig, yes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dignitas, one of the premium players, premium teams, filled with premium players, I guess, in EU right now. Looking utterly unstoppable at times. We saw how they just completely blitzed Williams Resolve after they'd taken Queso to overtime in Game 7 in the last regional. So surely they'll be able to see this one away. But it's a good performance from 0-0 Nation. Breezy, Flame, and Hibs are by no means the sort of team that you can waltz through without absolutely doing your best. So Dignitas are being made to work for it, but I would expect them to see this Game 5 away.
I mean, they're being put through their paces, evidently. It's Game 5. Group C right now is the group of Game 5s. Also, we're seeing Misfits Vitality. They're also part of Group C. We saw Vitality currently on that reverse sweep train, attempting to take down Misfits. Yeah, at boot camp as well. And Dignitas, they've been swapping games with 0-0 Nation, so it's not quite as exciting and impressive.
Oh, I just saw what was going to be a really gnarly. Oh, no. Oh, it's completely backfired. I saw Alpha split reset, and I thought, oh, look how close that was. And then Cash is like, yeah, it wasn't that great.
Just hit it hard and just do something good.
There was a demo there, to be fair. Misfits also on boot camp, so this is the...
still gone top corner.
I know, but what a finish that was. That is why Cash, he's the man. He can just put it in the top corner from anywhere. But yeah, the battle of the boot camp, both of these teams clearly taking things seriously, getting their players together to experience, being next to each other, being able to fist bump, and it makes a huge difference.
Now, Cole, on the mention there of that, is it important for the team to get together for a boot camp to try to get situated? Does it make a huge difference?
I mean, I am not a former pro player, so I can't 100% answer, but from all the evidence that we have seen, it absolutely does. Famously, at the end of the last season, the RLCSX, Team Vitality, who had been, at best, second best the entire season to Team BDS, they finally played together in the championships, and they ended up destroying them in a best-of-7 set, so in 2 best-of-7s in a row. That's what happens when they play together, and there's also certain teams are better or worse at LAN. So one way or another, it certainly does make a difference. And also just gaining that experience of playing together in real life for a team like Misfits that are trying to qualify for LANs, assuming they do this split, which is going to be a hard task for them, that will benefit them massively.
Oh my God, 0-0 Nation.
That was...
nearly got that goal. It was after like a little bit of pressure as well. There's still a couple of chances. Oh my God, what a save. This is a really good series. And also, this is just the lowest scoring game in this series, too. It's been 3-2 0-0 Nation, 6-4 Dignitas, 4-2 Dignitas, then 3-2 0-0 Nation. So a 1-0 is pretty rare. You'd expect there to be another goal coming in. And with some of this offense as well, I'm amazed there hasn't been yet.
5 seconds left in Misfits versus Team Vitality. It's Misfits that have control of the ball. Lovely play there from Arju. Vitality get it forward. Close down well from Cash. That should probably be... Oh, he's so good, isn't he?
That's ridiculous that he's got...
good.
The fact that he got a shot there, let alone has also scored from it. That's unbelievable.
Speed of thought as well. To be able to beat, I think it was Alpha to the ball from that close from the ceiling.
All right, well, listen, we're down to the last matchup here for round number 1.
There it is.
And there you have it.
There it is.
There you have it. And then it's over. Just like that, it is over. A lot of matches up, a lot of matches down. I mean, it is exciting. Once again, there is so much to keep track of. I'm trying my best to try to,
doing great.
stay up to date with all the results, checking out some of the matches that I find interesting. But once again, there is a lot going on. Now for day 2 and 3, it's more, I don't know, it's more focused on obviously the main broadcast. Maybe a little bit easier to follow, but we're trying our best, okay? We're doing our best over here, okay? You guys are doing phenomenal. We need to take a little break, pay some bills around here, regroup, and we're gonna get ready for round 2. More Rocket League goodness coming up right after this. Please stick around.
peering into the soft light. This unfamiliar glare, it blinds me out, I'm blinded. These spider knives to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Day one of the Premier Cup is just underway. You guys got to realize it's just been round one. All right, we got more Rocket League coming your way for round two. So let's check out some of the previous results that we had and see who performed, who did what essentially in their respective groups. Stumpy, I'm gonna start with you. Is there anything here that is a big surprise to you, or is it according to the script, according to the book?
Yeah, let's have a look. BDS winning, Guild losing. That makes sense. Endpoint winning and K-Corp losing. Doesn't make sense. Dignitas getting a win and Misfits getting a win. Surely my heart will not be that lucky for that to continue. Semper Queso also getting the dubs over Minions Na'Vi. I think that's also about right. I think we're currently stacking up on probably what most people would say is about the average result we would kind of go for. I think that it's going to be round 3 where things really do get spicy, where we really look at some of these results and go, wow, I can't believe Semper moved groups and beat K-Corp. That's mad.
Now, Cole, you were talking about this Vitality Misfits game. Misfits taking this one. Was this expected for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think any question marks over our Vitality, still a top tier team, have long since faded away into oblivion. They're just frankly not really anymore, barring any mid-season miracles. Misfits, they are the up-and-comers of those two teams. And it's also a really important win for Misfits, I think, as well, because they have now, we were talking about it at the end of the last part, they have now experienced winning together as a 3 at that boot camp. The 3 of them, fist bumps all around. Yeah, we did it. Woo! And when you're next to your teammates, you just experience their emotions a lot more. Yeah, woo, yeah, exactly.
I just imagine, I've just got the first win. I'm at boot camp. I'm so hyped. I'd look at you, just go, yeah, woo! And you try and get a fist bump. Okay, fine.
Listen, I love the energy, the woo. That's what you got to get in, all right? For team chemistry, you got to get some woos in there. So here, you got the schedule here, my friends, for round number 2. The matchup that we're going to be focusing on, it is going to be Endpoint versus EG. Once again, this is on the main broadcast right here. You can watch all the other team streams, like we mentioned many times, and we will continue to try to push because we do want to promote all the teams putting in work. A lot of great streams out there for their respective teams. So now for Endpoint versus EG, Stumpy, what do you think? Who's the fan favorite? Who's the fan favorite and who is the real favorite?
Endpoint, I feel, they are very loved, but so are EG. This is like a battle of the sweethearts because nobody
Is it gonna
really
be a
wants to
50-50?
see. I think potentially. I mean, maybe it's because I live in an Endpoint bubble and I don't want that to ever burst. But Endpoint, they are one of the top teams in Europe, which still makes me giddy to say. I think that Endpoint may well win the fan vote, and I think that they may well also win the series. To me, they are the better team here. I'd encourage everybody to go, obviously, and watch these team streams as well. Endpoint, they are our org, mine and Cole. We love them. They're brilliant. That's Endpoint TV. And if you want to go and watch Evil Geniuses, they are over at Evil Geniuses on Twitch. But yeah, I'd go Endpoint for me.
Evil Geniuses are a team. Oh, sorry.
No.
I just
wanted to say for listen. I just wanted to mention so the chat could see it that it's the hashtags like always. It's the same concept before every single matchup. Cole, go ahead. All right. Stumpy is saying Endpoint. What are you saying, Cole? Please. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. This always happens, right?
Cole, take it away. Go ahead. Your turn. 3.
Take it away,
2, 1.
Cole.
Cool, Cole.
Your
That's
moment
it.
is right
Okay.
now. We're
Yeah, right
excited to hear
now.
what
Cool,
Cole
Evil
has to
geniuses.
say. Let's go, Cole. What do you got?
Evil geniuses. Why not? If you're gonna put in the spot like that. Okay,
Why not?
EG, wouldn't
I'm going to say endpoint as well. Stumpy, I'm with you on this one. Let's
Thank
see if
you,
it pays
thank
off. Chat, is Cole or Stumpy correct on this one? You don't have to
Endpoint.
agree with me.
Don't word
Agree
it
with
like
the pros.
that. Don't word it like that.
No, no, no,
My
no.
grave there.
Stumpy thought there might be a little 50-50 here. Both teams are very popular, but endpoint seems to have the upper hand, 74%. Let's see, chat. Are you guys correct? That is the question. Endpoint
Endpoint-
versus EG.
They always do it. They always do it. I'm happy, Orb, that I've got you with me, mate. Endpoint always been 50-50s, so maybe this is where it comes from. But this is where it starts. This is the second round of our incredible groups. Endpoint riding that high, and EG also riding that high, getting their first wins out of the way. Endpoint right now, however, they are not on a boot camp. We always see their boot camp magic. They are not there on Regional 2, but they will be, I've heard, back for the 3rd Regional.
Oh, almost a great start there for Evil Geniuses. And we got the decals on full show right now. The white for Evil Genius is a thing of beauty, as Rizex almost combines with Ivan. And then endpoint, you can see Seiko there with that boom on the Fennec. Ivan, boo! No decal for him. Just when I thought every single player in this lobby had one. I'm very, very disappointed. I'll forgive him if he meets that pre-jump, but he hasn't. So yeah, Ivan, naughty step for you, my friend.
Well, there's a chance here for, I think, Evil Geniuses to not go to a place they've not really been before, but EG, they lost in the lower round 1 of the Apollo Open, and I think they're going to want to, just prove to people that we were picked up for a reason. We are a very, very good team. We just about missed out on the full major LAN because, just a couple of results didn't go our way. I think they want to get themselves, yeah, exactly. They had to get themselves back into those mindsets. So I think Evil Geniuses definitely have a chance here to take it. Wouldn't be surprised at all. But endpoint, they're just my team of choice, Cole, and I can't be scared. I can't be scared of that, and I can't be upset with you that you picked against endpoint.
Well, I was put on the spot and I panicked, okay? So Evil Geniuses, they are my new best friend now, and you can see why. Look at the pressure they're putting on.
Man.
Beautiful. Absolutely brilliant rotations from them, and Ivan scores.
There was so many 50s up in the air. Metza starts to go up, and Rizex works it round him as well. Unfortunately, Metz couldn't quite meet it, and Ivan is able to get a fantastic dunk past him. EG, that pressure, if that continues, endpoint, they're going to have to bunker and hunker and try and get some counters.
Well, Seiko is a man who can do whatever he wants with a Rocket League ball, but he has been beaten there, and Metanoros is left isolated. Ivan sweeps up again.
Do you think that Ivan called this one? So I think it's so clever if he did, because Rizex is clearly the one, to go for that. Metza blocks him, Ivan calls him off and just goes top corner.
Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that, because that makes it a much better goal than I think I gave it credit for. It was good communication, good finish as well. Poor old Metanoros trapped in the middle of it, unable to do anything, and what a great start that is from Evil Geniuses. Ivan a couple of goals, one of their main scorers, getting in the swing of things straight away. The star player for me, though, is Catalysm, the man who has the ball right now. He is, and he's their mechanical one. He can shock you in ways that not many players can. Just has consistency as well. There we go, what you got lined up. I've been bigging you up, Catalysm. Pass one, meta fake as well. Evil Geniuses, they're really playing. They're being very creative right now against Endpoint, and Endpoint's defense is struggling to deal with it.
I love the creativity from teams when they just want to play a slightly different game, just try and really show off what they've got in the arsenal. But 2 goals ready for EG, both of them relatively different as well. Not seen too much from Seiko so far, but relating wave, the man who wasn't able to attend the most recent boot camp for Endpoint during the Apollo Open. Now everybody is going to be chilling at home. From defense, Seiko wants to work his way out instead. Catalysm with the 50 round. Metza again, and Rizex just outspeeding the Endpoint defense.
Brilliant, brilliant start here from Evil Genius. They just won that game 5, and it seems to have lit a fire in them. Rizex already up. Perfect timing on the aerial there. Catalysm with pass into the corner, which can sometimes backfire. You have to believe that your teammate is following you up, or those are the ones that your opponents can just nip in, bash it right down the other side, and suddenly you've overcommitted. But Evil Geniuses are not fearing overcommits right now, because they just are in complete control of this one.
I think when you look at an overcommit, it's only really bad when everyone's kind of just in the same zone of influence. As soon as then you actually move out and you are rotating just really tight and getting 50s like that, Catalysm does everything on his own and gets to 4th for EG. He didn't need anybody else there with him, but I feel that even if, you know, Ivan was waiting midfield or whatever, it still makes that goal wider. It still means that there's more chances to score.
Evil Genius's third and final player gets involved in the fun. There is Catalysm, the only player for them that hadn't scored yet. Now he has 4-0 against Endpoint. I mean, you know, those of us with any intelligence predicted Evil Geniuses, but I don't think even we intelligent few, predicted this. Oh, Rizex, you are disgusting.
That is so cruel. For the 5th goal, Rizex rises to the sky, gets a touch high, and then says bye-bye to Relating Wave.
I love him. Evil Geniuses. This is why I'm thinking back, Stumpy. The start of the season, Evil Geniuses, they were my 15 for the full major. And they couldn't quite do it. They were so close. And because of that, I've started to slow down on my love of them. But this is reminding me why I started loving this team. Why they were so good. Why they got so many, as German amigos as well.
All the other regions that came across, and they were scrimming versus EG. All these teams, I loved it. They were still taking part in the scrims in Europe. They're like, well, look, NRG's here. Obviously, we're going to try and scrim them, even if we didn't quite make the major. And they were all saying, EG are nuts. Like, how did they not make the major? They are ridiculous when we're playing them. So they've got a lot of international credit as well. Great doink from Catalysm. It's 5 goals, and EG are flying.
Mate, join me on EG. Ditch Endpoint. They're rubbish.
Christ,
EG
no.
EG are the team. They are the team. Look at the speed of Ivan. Into the corner he goes. Rizex is probably... Oh, he passes it instead. Oh, that's so good. I'm just fanboying right now over the way Evil Geniuses are playing this game. Boring.
Don't care.
I'm sure they'll win you over one day. Join us. It's nice.
Apparently, this is also the 3rd time Endpoint has allowed 5 or more goals in a game this season. This is EG coming out so strong. I don't know. I mean, Endpoint, they have got a fantastic mentality. They've got a brilliant psychological coach behind them, and getting that mentality. The issue is they're not a boot camp right now. I wonder if he is utilized online. I imagine that they are, but you need to just take this game in a vacuum and then move on to the second.
Oh yeah, game 2 will be completely and utterly different. I'm just enjoying this one for what it is, the Evil Geniuses bonanza that we've been able to witness. Like, not just 5 goals, but 5 unique... Doink it!
Oh, that had to be a doink.
Oh, that was just an obvious doink. Look, he's stopped moving because he knows that should have been a doink.
Cole, do you know what else is fun, though?
Tell me.
Let me just wait for the ball to land. Christ, Ivan, don't you dare ruin
Go on.
this.
You got this.
There we go. They're brilliant.
What else is fun?
So, that was a 5-0, right?
Yeah.
So far on the stream, in a row,
Oh, yeah.
we've had 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and this was a 5-0 into a different series. 6-0 is to come. Which team is going to ruin it?
I mean, here's the thing. Surely we can't just keep going with this because there's got to be a roof, right? There's got to be a ceiling. We can't just be seeing this
When
many
we get
goals.
into like the 13s, we'll have to get us 3 coming up against like whoever is on the stream. That's all right. We'll step in and we'll lose 13-0 to 0-0 Nation or whatever.
I mean, Stumpy, we're not nervous. First of all, we're not nervous, you know, over our prediction. Right?
No, I mean, we're Endpoint fans. We're always nervous.
I just want to say that, what was it, 75% of chat also said Endpoint. Once again, we're cool, calm, collected, okay? Where's my
Every
copium at?
Can Endpoint
Could
get
have
that on
sworn
a
I put my
t-shirt?
copium somewhere.
Just, we're Endpoint fans. We're always nervous.
I want that like in like crayon font, so it's like it's been drawn on there. Oh yeah, you can have that for free, Endpoint, no problem. Do you see us having Vindication and getting a 6-0 for Endpoint here?
Of course. You know, the thing about Rocket League... No. Listen, let me tell you something, okay? The thing about Rocket League is that anything can happen. And honestly... Oh,
Right,
boy.
that's when you know he's not got an argument, when he says anything
boy.
can happen.
Anything can happen.
Listen, it is Rocket League at the end of the day, Stumpy, okay?
All right. Well, also what we know, okay, is that today whoever scores first always wins. We've not seen both teams score in a game yet either. You know, all these little mini stats, but the main one is that this one is going to be a 6-0. And maybe if Seiko can wake himself up a little bit, it'll be endpoints to gain. But Evil Geniuses just look so hot. Look at them, they're going for these musty flicks. Everything is coming off for this team right now.
Seiko rhymed with 6-0.
Oh!
I mean, I don't
That's
care.
the win for Endpoint.
I don't care. Whoever wins, wins. I'm not too bothered. Endpoint can win, EG can win. I'm not too fast. But that is a great pass from Metza over towards Relating Wave, rocking the beautiful Endpoint way decal. Fantastic stuff. Covered in sponsors, which we love to see. If you're a Rocket League org owner, I'm looking at you, certain big orgs that keep teasing. Get in game. You can get an away decal with a sponsor on it. You'd literally be silly not to.
You can have your own face. If you are the funder of a big sort of esports person, you can just put your face on it.
Investor.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. Maybe you can.
Funder.
Huh?
Instead of investor, a funder.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, if you're the money man, just shove your face on it, you know, make it an ego thing.
I'd love that. I'd love to see a little cool Cole on why not, an Evil Geniuses car. But we will see. Time will tell. Time will tell as well if Endpoint are going to be able to take this game. It's a minute gone. We need 5 more, Endpoint. Pull your finger out, lads.
I feel like that particular statistic may be about to die. But I mean, they are really loving these musty flicks. Evil Geniuses right now. They've gone for about 4 of them. And maybe, just maybe, Endpoint are starting to read it. They are beginning to be able to predict the slightly unique flair that Evil Geniuses have been offering. This could be 2. There's a great touch from Metza, then fakes it out. Ivan's coming in and misses. Catalysm had to be the last line of defense. That's a great pass out. He's now in the center. Could completely turn it around against Endpoint, and they have.
Dead. The 6-0 dream is dead, and Catalysm is the one to bury it. Awesome pass across from Ivan. Just fakes out the defender, takes it slow, draws him into the corner, and opens up miles of space in the midfield.
I mean, that all came from Ivan missing on his own backboard. I wonder if he was thinking that many steps ahead, did it on purpose, so that then, you know, they could move forward and it could turn into this, almost a 1-2 punch there. And now it's Endpoint's turn to try and counter-attack. The best touch into the corner from one of them. I didn't even see who, so I don't know why I'm saying one of them in particular. Relating Wave goes to the backboard. Catalysm doesn't quite get the
Oh,
block,
my word.
but somehow it stays out anyway.
There's no way that manages to keep its way out. Metza had a fantastic shot on Ivan to fake it as well. Catalysm to fake another. The slow down maestro.
Evil Geniuses, when they let that ball bounce, defenders just, they cry. They're like, I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know when they are going to strike. Can happen any time. It's like they got the ball on a string. Have Evil Geniuses. 2-1 now to them.
The really, really nice players are Relating Wave just to get the simplest goal you may ever see in the RLCS. Going off the kickoff, catching it, and then just bonking it up high. And little old bonk tries to go for the air dribble bump. Ivan, he tries to get in the way, isn't even able to.
Relating Wave right now versus Catalysm. Both players with a couple of goals each, and nobody else on the pitch has scored. So those two very involved. Here's Seiko. Can he join the party? He's going for a breezy flick, but it's well saved by Catalysm. I feel like, so before this series started, in the in-game chat, there was lots of GLs coming out, like good luck, right? Like,
yeah, they're all messing around.
Yeah, these guys clearly are good friends. Obviously, it's competitive, but I've got a feeling like the spirit of just trying to outdo your opponents in a shootout has overtaken them. They are trying to actively style on each other right now, and it is great for us as viewers.
Yeah, I love it. I love seeing the teams just be very friendly and have that friendly competition. You always hear about it from Vitality and K-Corp. It's nice to see now that just spread along through a few more organizations. But 2-2, and when we get to the nail-biting moments of this series, I feel like it's going to be anything but friendly.
Yes, there's suddenly a moment where things get real and everybody becomes just a little bit more solid in their gameplay. But for now, we're enjoying them going through all these crazy plays. Catalysm just wants to get behind that ball. But Seiko meets him early. Now Relating Wave gets involved in the play. Already scored a couple of goals in this game. Rizex 2 again, Relating Wave. Great speed and great read from him. Sets up Metza, who just tries to boom it home. And Ivan just blodges it to the side.
Good lord, the defense from EG is like breathtakingly close to it, just about pinching in. And yet they do it time and time again. With 90 seconds left, they do need to start having that offensive mind being put on, because defense will not win you the series.
Oh, lovely from Relating Wave. What a second touch that was. Scooping the ball up from a pre-flip. And it's put Evil Geniuses into all sorts of trouble. That's much better from Rizex with a couple of touches, the second of which sends it all the way back to the Endpoint half. Relating Wave's touch that time was red. Rizex nips in. He's the player who seems to be intercepting Endpoint the best and stopping them having continued waves of attack. This could be Ivan's here, but Seiko just rolls it away and then dunks it down.
Good movement from Ivan to go via the mid boost, and to flick it over the top of Relating Wave. But Metza pre-jumping to then get the save away onto that corner bounce and a couple of bumps. Rizek's unable to make any contact, and Seiko up with one flip reset. You know what he can do with them, but this time it just doesn't pay off.
Yeah, 45-degree angle pass going towards Seiko for a flip reset is something that many defenses will see in their nightmares, and that's a great touch there. Metanoris is coming in. It waterfalls down. Rizex gets the read. I love the time waterfalls.
I know you do. You're trying to bring it back.
It's cool.
Cool.
Relating wave.
Waterfall.
Misses that one. And Ivan can just get another couple of touches, but it looks like it's going to be Endpoint that are seeing this game away slightly better. A pass towards Seiko. He goes to the backboard, and Rizex has missed. He tries to stay behind the ball, but he can't. Relating wave shoots, and Ivan yet again steps up to save.
Potentially in overtime if a goal can't be scored by Endpoint on this push. Rizex to drop it down. Relating wave to help it on its way. Overtime at game number 2 on Forbidden Temple.
Who's going to get that all-important third goal in this second game? Endpoint will be staring down a reverse sweep if they lose it. The series is alive and well if they get it. Relating wave, he's had such a good game here. But he just pings it towards Ivan, who tries to keep control of the situation. Does well, finding Catalysm. Evil Genius is now going to move forward. Wanting to be on the end of this ball, but Seiko's backboard defense is clean. Good pass there, though, into the top corner. It's almost going. Metanoris just watches it hit the backboard from the crossbar and takes it away via Seiko.
Great touch over by Seiko as well. And wave with the pre-jump. That's what I mentioned earlier that teams need to do. Get that communication and get ahead of your opponent. Seiko going for another 50, but Rizex is able to battle it away. Past the midfield line now, and Relating Wave attempts to punt it back into that orange half. Seiko corner bound, and Catalysm will meet him there. Metza goes high, and Ivan, the positioning is perfect.
It was lovely positioning, but I think there was more to be had there from a shot than a bump. There's a good touch, a good pass, and again, another brilliant save from within Rizex's own goal. Seiko closes down Ivan. Evil Genius is living on the edge. Seiko's trying to get bumps, she just needs to rotate out instead. Evil Genius are just survivors.
It's absolutely death-defying what they're doing right now. They're swimming with sharks, and they are beating them down.
Catalysm, couple of touches, lovely play. Relating waves left a little bit lost. Seiko has to come in towards his own goal. Just prod it towards his backboard. Now Relating wave can keep things going. Maybe this is Evil Genius's chance to push. Catalysm slowing things down again, then pinches it along the floor. It's saved by Endpoint. Ivan, he goes to the backboard. Oh, just wide.
Ivan again with more opportunities, starting to really play how they did at the beginning of game number 1, then get those 5 goals. That pressure is certainly what they need. It's how they've done so well so far in this series. But Ivan getting 2 awkward touches onto himself, burns a lot of boost to not make much ground, and so Rizex tried to save him away from it. Relating wave 15 towards the center with only 14 boost. Catalysm has to go for a pinch. Metanoris is aware. Metza passes. Rizex saves.
Catalysm will take a touch here. He's got no boost, though, but still can take Seiko out the game. Can he get the next touch? Not quite. Relating wave with a good dunk against him. He needs Seiko to leave him to it. Slightly better communication needed there from Endpoint. Seiko was slow to rotate out. And that means that Metanoris can't do too much with this ball apart from get dunked by Catalysm. He then gets a demo on Seiko. Relating wave trying to play cleanup. Seiko spawns in a slightly awkward position. We're 2.5 minutes into this overtime. Catalysm for a second, it looked like that ball was going over him, but we are no closer to finding out the winner.
It was just a smidge in the way on that random respawn. Relating wave up central onto the backboard, up for the triple, but Rizex clears it wide, and now suddenly it's a 2v1. Metza has to flick it high, does so, but with low boost, Rizex can nearly take advantage. Catalysm sending it high time and time again, but Seiko, he was ready and prepared, but just misses the corner bounce.
Yeah, his first touch there from Seiko was absolutely gorgeous, and he was aiming for that ramp, I feel, but then for some reason didn't get the read after, which was very unexpected. I really thought he'd keep control of that one. But Endpoint will continue. Metanoris is already up, good read from him, but just about loses the race to Ivan, who gets an all-important touch to send it back to Relating wave, and then his teammate Rizex from the ceiling, just keeping Endpoint pinned back for a second. This is what Evil Geniuses need to do. It's been too Endpointy so far this overtime. They are looking all the more likely to get the next goal. Apart from Evil Genius's tremendous defense. Sonoras races up against Rizex and wins it. Wants to get this next touch too, put it into the center. But Ivan more good defending. He has made so many saves and clearances as Ivan.
Yeah, so many chances though to get a goal on either side, and the defenses are just staying so strong right now. Endpoint are only on 2 saves. However, they have managed to put up 17 shots.
17.
They have been firing cannonballs at that defense, and Evil EG, they have managed to hold it off time and time again.
Well, that's the reason they're not making too many saves, though. They are being beaten. Endpoint are beating Evil Geniuses in the middle, right when it's looking like they're going to take that shot. Maybe this one will be different. And there is a clean shot, but Seiko was in the perfect position to save it. And now Rizex up against Metsonoros. No boost for him. Relating Wave sends it high, wants to get a flip reset. Underneath Ivan, it's a smart play, going for the wave dash instead when he lands, or the dodge at least. A good speed from Seiko, it's not quite there. Endpoint just now, Stumpy, starting to get a little bit of space with the touches that they're making.
Yeah, and Catalysm had so much faith that he'd read that perfectly. He just waited, knew it wasn't in, and could then continue down the pitch with the ball. But Relating Wave and awkward touch, Mets with no boost, sends it towards Seiko, who picks the 100, sees Wave, and Ivan fakes him out.
Yeah, did what absolutely had to be done there, Ivan. It was the bare minimum, and it just about worked. And now, suddenly, Evil Geniuses have a pass out of defense. It's going to lead to the backboard. Still nothing. We've now hit 5 minutes of overtime.
Open.
But Seiko is going to end it on the 5-minute mark. Out of nothing, Endpoint get the win.
Seiko getting 1 touch down the pitch and then 15 with Catalysm. But on the back, Rizex just out of position. Can't really blame him too much considering how much work Seiko did. But I feel like that third man was further back previously and just started to get impatient towards the end of that game. So Endpoint managing to take it. I wasn't nervous at any point.
Now we're getting to like that marathon Rocket League overtimes that we've been hearing about. While you guys were doing that long overtime, kind of rude, by the way. I just want to start off by saying, kind of rude. You guys really took your time with this one.
Sorry,
so much has happened across the other series. I don't know what's happening, but it's Sweep City over here. We have Queso beating Navi 3-0, Semper beating Cookser Minions 3-0. Zero Nation potentially 3-0 against Vitality. They're currently up by 1 with a minute left. And Stormtroopers beating K-Corp 3-0. Is that the biggest upset there? The Stormtroopers against K-Corp 3-0.
I mean,
That's
Stormtroopers, they qualified as first seed, so they are clearly a team that, have got a little bit about them. But I wouldn't be expecting them to go up against K-Corp and winning 3-0, especially after being 3-1 by Endpoint as well. That is very, very disappointing for Carmine Corp. But, I mean, clearly what a performance from Stormtroopers. I look forward to watching that one back later and finding out what on earth has gone on. But yeah, lots of sweeps. Wow. Yeah, we really have picked the right series here. So well done, production.
So what does this mean? Does this mean that essentially, what happens in round 2? Why are there all of a sudden so many sweeps? Are there just the matchups are not aligned? I mean, we did have potentially an upset there with Stormtroopers, right? Zero Nation against Vitality. I don't know. Stumpy, what do you think of that one?
I think it comes down to, some teams now, they've worked into the series, into the competition. They've got either a win under the belt or a loss. But then that turns around when you look at Stormtroopers losing to Endpoint and then seeing that then they're just 3-0 K-Corp. Team Queso, after beating Cux's Minions in the first round, they managed to perfect sweep Na'Vi as well. So Queso looking incredible again. But in this series, Relating Wave receiving that great pass from Seiko.
It was never going to be as easy for Evil Genius as it seemed in that game 1. Endpoint were always going to come back in some way. And this is what they do, the new Endpoint. They are incredibly resilient when things are going against them. And then when they get that momentum, suddenly they elevate themselves beyond anything we ever expected.
Lovely, lovely kickoff from Seiko. Rizex has to try his best just to squeak back. Isn't able to, and 50s it with Metz into the bottom corner. Endpoint suddenly looking fiery.
Yeah, maybe this will be the 6-0 that we were hoping for earlier on. A little bit late, Endpoint, lads. But we'll take it, Though Rizex is still trying to get the flare going for Evil Genius. It's good to see they're still going for these plays and not just falling back on being solid and not too much else, which can be their comeuppance when they lose series. So still want to see them going for these flare plays. Rizex just closes down Relating Wave, and Ivan, the ball just goes over his shoulder, so he has to head back and put in a awkward touch into the middle. Catalysm really had to be alert there to save the day, and he was, but that wasn't too great from Rizex.
It's Catalysm's chance now just to try and push some of the pressure back onto the side of Endpoint. Ivan, with some spectacular reads, managing to get a lot of pressure on that blue side of the pitch.
Yeah, that was like boomer mode. Like when you see Justin streaming and he goes into boomer mode and he's just scoring beautiful goals in about 2 seconds once he's downloaded the speed of the ball. That's what that reminded me of, and it's still going to work out for them. Evil Geniuses, that all came from Ivan's play, and he gets the goal.
Yeah, with the pass from Catalysm, though, slowing it down again. These pace changes looking like they're so vital across all the series we've seen so far. We saw how well Luminosity did that versus Williams result. We're seeing now that EG slowing that tempo down just throws Endpoint for a loop a little bit.
especially against Endpoint, because they love to up the pace of a series. They want it to be as quick as it can possibly be. So if just in a pocket of time you can slow down for a split second or two, that completely throws Endpoint away from their rhythm, and it's why it's leading to so many goals against them.
Minute and 30 seconds gone. Ivan up for the double again. Hasn't been able to receive any of them so far. The save goes high, and Relating Wave is able to bail Metsonoras out from that looping touch high. Chance of Rizex, though, to pass it over. And Metza meeting Seiko in the sky, but because there were no EG players up either, it's not going to be too dangerous.
Well, Relating Wave is still going to have to get up sharpish to stop any counter-attack that comes from that horrific double commit. That's another good change of pace there from Catalysm. Just waiting for his dodge for that split second longer, making Endpoint question themselves just a little bit more when in defense. But Metsunora speeds things back up again with a nice dunk, a good challenge. Relating Wave tries to keep it going, and then Seiko, the third player in that far corner, gets involved himself, but he forgets the ball, Stumpy.
Yeah, it's pretty vital in this little old game of ours. Catalysm up for an air dribble. But Seiko just reverses, lets him use 100 boost, and then it just finds Relating Wave anyway. Sometimes being a little bit fancy isn't going to be fully worth it, and Seiko just being that nuisance up the pitch now, going to get a nonsense awkward touch around the side of a couple of the defenders, and then steals away 100 boost. It's going to mean that this attack is potentially deadly.
Catalysm is going to win this race, tries to get a freestyle-like touch into the goal, but Ivan, he makes the most of the fake, and it's 2-2.
Lovely fake. No,
I think he was going for the shot. Oh, apparently he got a touch.
Oh my god! He touched that down, it lost a lot of its momentum, and it meets Ivan perfectly. If Catalysm doesn't touch that, that goes above Ivan and he doesn't make any contact.
Oh, what a
didn't
fake though
realise
from
how
Seiko.
amazing that was.
Yeah, it was absolutely gorgeous.
That's phenomenal. That's such a clever touch from Catalysm. I'm sorry that I question marked my fake for you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you were right, because it wasn't a fake, it was a touch. It was a very deliberate, slow-down touch with the wheels to set up his teammate from the perfect angle. 1 in a million pass.
Exactly. Easy.
Seiko up against Rizex, and Seiko's in his own corner, looking pretty awkward as well. So what can Rizex do to make the most of that? Not too much this time, but Ivan is coming in. He'll be feeling confident after a couple of goals in this game, especially as EG were 2-0 down so quickly as well. Had to dig deep to stop this game and indeed this series going away from them. Seiko's missed. Metsonoras needs to block down Ivan quickly. Rizex is watching as well, just waiting to come in. Hoping his teammate Ivan is going to call him onto the ball, but actually they've overcommitted somewhat. Seiko just charges it down, and Catalysm almost sets up Rizex for an own goal.
That ball landing so tantalizingly close, and Relating Wave hits it away from Rizex. Seiko for one flip reset, backflips into the second, but it does fall wide. Has to then rotate away. Doesn't actually take that boost away from Ivan, which I really felt like he should have done.
Good pass out wide to Catalysm, who's going to at least put this one on the Endpoint goal. Won't do Seiko too much harm, but just a reminder that they can transition very quickly, can Evil Geniuses. Seiko, he's taking a leaf out of the EG book, slowing things down. Everybody can do that trick, Evil Geniuses, not just you. And now Relating Wave has a clean touch and a clean pass, and they love to play their way out of defense to Endpoint. Seiko with a couple of beautiful touches. Catalysm in the far corner gets the save. But look how much space Seiko makes. Endpoint won't score from it, but it just made easy defending into something incredibly difficult.
Yeah, making the defenders awkward is such an important part of Rocket League, where you just want to make sure that they're second-guessing everything. You want to be, boost faking, pretending like you have nothing, and then just getting a little touch higher, Relating Wave around the side, but Rizex reads that he was going to pass, not shoot.
Yeah, it was a great read from Relating Wave, and an even better one there from Rizex on the backboard. There's a pass there. If Seiko can find Relating Wave, he went for a bit of a rushed flick instead. Certainly could have made more from that opportunity. Evil Geniuses, though, look like they'll have the last chance of the game before overtime. There's a pass. No, it's a shot. Seiko saves it. And Seiko should be able to kill this one right now.
Yeah, good leave there from Catalysm at the end of the game, just to allow it to fall into yet another overtime. Last one, lasting a little old while. It was like 5 minutes, I think 5 minutes, 2 seconds or something like that. So potentially another extra game on top in this series.
Relating Wave has got some defending to do. Not too much boost to do it with either, which makes things difficult, but Metsonoras will be able to sweep up. There's Seiko winning the race, wants to prod this one down into the goal, and he does so, and Endpoint take the overtime.
Oh, Seiko just floating like a guardian angel and granting wishes from above. Ivan doesn't respect him to do that, but doesn't anticipate how well Seiko is going to strike it. Doesn't touch the floor. Endpoint They take the third game and they lead in the series 2-1. One more and they are near, and they will be, hang on, question marking myself, near enough, nailed on to then go through as the first seed.
We are cool, calm, and collected, okay? What we have to do is we got to put trust in the players, Stumpy, right? We got to put trust in the players and trusting that they can do what they do best, which is make our predictions correct, because that's really all it is. That's really all it is. I'm kind of happy it wasn't another 5-minute overtime. But on the other hand, if the games are that close, maybe they do deserve to go the distance, right? We are essentially, I think, one of the only games that's still going on. Yeah, the only game going on.
Only game.
All the others. Listen, when it's Sweep City and all the other games are over and done with, it's just because we wanted to focus all the attention back on the mainstream. You know, all the other matches are done, so now everybody comes back here. Does Endpoint have what it takes now to close this one out, Stumpy? Are you seeing them as a strong unit? Are they working together for a unified goal?
I think so. I really think so. I think Endpoint looking like, although they're not in the same place right now, you know, they're not boot camping, they have still got that ability. They have been existing together and playing Rocket League together. They're looking a lot more like a cohesive unit, and they are shutting down EG a lot earlier than they were in that first game. That's how EG got their lead, where they were able to run riot in the defense of Endpoint. That's not happening right now. And then the offense on that orange half is so much scarier too.
I love when Metanoris just decides to be the big man, play in front of the ball, chase things down. It's pretty rare, you know. He's made his career off being that solid third. But every now and then he just says, I want to be the one. I want to play in front of the ball. I want to be the first man forward. And it does surprise his opponents because nobody expected Metanoris, of all players, to be chasing after them, even in the first 10 seconds there. And right from the off, it puts Evil Geniuses on the back foot, and they still haven't escaped their half since then.
30 seconds gone, not too much has elapsed, and I want to be seeing Endpoint just continue with that trend of, you know, shut out EG in earlier than they were in that first game. And EG, they just need to be taking that initiative just a touch more, you know. Even if one attack has stopped, don't then just abandon the play. Try and just slow it down a little bit. Because stuff like that there from Catalysm, he could have gone in for the 50, but look at the ground he's made by slowing it and going for the fake.
He stays so grounded as well. Catalysm, he will never waste a jump. When he goes in the air, he's timed it to perfection. Look at this, see? He waits his moment, dodges that ball into the top corner. Makes it so much more difficult to defend. Relating Wave, to be fair, did really well to do so. But Catalysm now does seem to be the key player for Evil Geniuses. He is the one that is just dictating the speed of it all. Look at that again! Just that split second longer that he takes makes Endpoint struggle so much more. And again, to be credit to them, they're defending well as Faker goes for a double flip reset for a laugh. I'm lost. You take over, Stumpy.
Don't know why he did that, but I love that he just fancied it. Yeah, with no boost though, now falls to Seiko yet again. And as he picks up 100, Rizex just challenges him so early on. That 50 looking very dangerous. Yeah, off the way to try and clear away, but is able to. Good demo from Seiko. Misses the ball, but does manage to wipe the man's legs out.
Rizex in the corner. Seiko is backwards and slightly awkward, and Catalysm is just waiting. He's faked that one, maybe trying to be a little bit too clever even by his own standards there, Catalysm. Sometimes you just want to get a nice solid 50-50 on the ball, because if you don't, it can let Endpoint in if things backfire. And they're very much in now until Rizex takes it away. Can't quite get a flip reset on that one, but can get the ball all the way into Endpoint territory. A race was won by Metanoris, but he lost his car for it. Now the Musty know the fake must be, but Catalysm read it all.
Setting it up from game one as well, like showing that he was trying to go for Musties earlier, then going into that movement and faking it, that may well have just forced a player to go up and then try and get the block. That is really intelligent.
The ancient chess move, the Musty Gambit.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a chess thing, I think. Anyway, I don't really play chess, but Seiko is certainly playing the Evil Genius's defense. Relating Wave has been intercepted by Catalysm, and Endpoint's left to defend.
There's 2 minutes left, and we're not really seeing much pressure from EG, not nearly the amount they had in that game one where they 5-0'd Endpoint. It's Metz's chance now to pass over towards Relating Wave, but Rizex with 100 boost. Can't quite get it round. Yeah, God, Rizzo. Imagine him being competitive at Rocket League nowadays.
No chance. Catalysm, though. He is very competitive himself. Ivan's beaten Relating Wave as well, but Seiko, this is exactly what he wants, a chance to go solo, but his touch deserts him somewhat, and a lot of loose touches right now going on. Metanoris Was completely confident that one was hitting the crossbar, I'm sure. And it remains 0-0.
Yeah, we're seeing EG, though, starting to show those signs, showing those sparks in the pan. Seiko, though, with a fire extinguisher, relating wave. His shot is so weak that the firemen just get called off and go, nah, not worth our time, boys.
Not worth it. No, it's just a spark. Barely even that. Ivan on the backboard gets as much distance on that ball as he can, but it's only as far as Metsonoris. Seiko's pass not quite there yet. Endpoint not as incisive as they normally are. And Evil Geniuses are looking more likely to break this deadlock, in my opinion. But when you have Seiko on the pitch, you can never be too careful. He's going for these flip resets, but he's going to pretty much nowhere. Again, gets another touch, but all it does is give his team a chance for a 50-50, which brings a couple of their players out the game. Ivan versus Seiko. Seiko suddenly the last line of defense. Not what they want him to be doing, Endpoint. But the pass wasn't there again.
It could have been off the ceiling, and I think it was meant to be. But instead, Metza just tries to be a bit too much. Nearly the 50. Finding its way in. Rizex leaving that to the very last second to clear it away. Yeah, I think just a couple of times Endpoint can be a little bit more chill. Ivan is showing no chill as he just flops around near the ball. Final 20 seconds. Rizex up for one, down for the second, and the block from Metz just bumps him slightly to change the trajectory.
What a block that was from Metsonoris with 10 seconds left, but Evil Genius is still coming. But again, a pass that goes to nowhere, and now Seiko can get another flip reset. Relating Wave is waiting, he's faking. Rizex has been taken out the game. Metsonoris coming in here for the dunk, that one's going in. Rizex gets a bit more high on it than he wanted. Now Seiko has a chance to put it into the center. He beats Ivan, but no one is there. Relating Wave, you had to back your teammate. You could have avoided this overtime, but we go into the third in a row.
Yeah, he could have waited, I think, just a little bit further up, and that was potentially going to be a goal, but a chance here for Rizex to get up for one. Seiko has to touch, doesn't.
Ooh.
It gets dropped in oh so handsomely.
What a read that was from Rizex. This first touch was nice. You know, his car followed it through beautifully. But just following it at that angle, he already had the trajectory pretty much perfect. I think any deviation and angle, he wouldn't have had the boost to make that one. So it was a lovely play at the end there from Rizex.
Well, I mean, it is fitting. Once again, it is fitting that we go the distance. With the amount of overtimes that we've put in so far, why don't we play a little bit more Rocket League, right? Why should we be done with round 2? Cole, did this game deserve to go to a game 5? Did Endpoint drop the ball? What do you think?
Yeah, I think they did. You know, I'm all for praising the team that won it, and it was a great finish at the end there from Rizex, 45. But Evil Genius has only had 5 shots throughout the entire game compared to Endpoint 7. So it wasn't the most thrilling game that we've seen so far in this series. But what disappointed me the most was that Endpoint's end product, which normally is what they do best. You know, even if they're playing badly, they'll have 1 pass or 1 assist, and they'll take it. They didn't take it. They weren't making the right decisions. They weren't looking like they were going to cut through Evil Geniuses at will. A lot more grindy, that game right there. So I think a game 5 is deserved, and I think Evil Geniuses deserve to have taken it to a game 5.
Stumpy, do you still agree with your prediction? Are you still holding strong on Endpoint?
I think we are holding strong, aren't we, Orb? Me and you, right?
That is right. Yeah, that is right. We are holding
Please
strong.
say something with conviction.
No, listen, we got this. We are.
My
I love it.
God, man, there's no.
No, of
no
course.
hope.
Listen, it's just for content, okay? Listen, we stay cool, calm, collected. We stay strong. We stay with the cause. I still believe, chat. Do you believe as well? That is a question.
I mean, they're on our side here. They want an Endpoint win. And also, for one of the Endpoint casters, Craftman over on Endpoint TV, it is his birthday. And I'm sure that his birthday wish will be to see an Endpoint victory. If you want to be
Birthday's
an
in chat.
incredible human being, you should head over to twitch.tv/EndpointTV and just wish Craftman, one of their wonderful casters, a happy birthday, because he has been putting in the work throughout RL Esports. Go and give him some love over at Endpoint TV. Otherwise, if this game comes through, his wish has been granted.
Seiko needs to show better decision-making than he showed in that last game, and that's already a good sign. The ball seems to be sticking to him a lot better on Champions Field than it did at the last on Utopia, but that's a great 50-50 from Ivan. Rizex might have a clean chance here for a shot, not quite. Endpoint, they just turn it around so quickly, but that's the risk I was talking about earlier. Ivan's in now for Evil Geniuses, and this could be a really good chance, and the pass is there, and it's made it all the way in.
That is such a lovely pass from Ivan. He gets demoed for it, but just being able to speed fully, gets 1 touch, and then that rocketing second allows Rizex to score a 71 mile per hour boomer bottom left.
Rizex with his team's second goal in a row, the last one being that overtime winner. So amongst the goals right now, and it was from an overly risky hit into the corner from Endpoint. Not what you want to do when you've got an opponent, steaming forward, but that's much better. It's going to squeeze its way in from Relating Wave.
Nobody on EG thinking that was even going to be on target, I don't think. Metza off the ceiling, doing what he should have done last game, and Wave with the speed finds an unbelievably perfect place.
Yeah, it was brilliant placement because he saw the Evil Geniuses player on the backboard go past where the shot came in, if you see what I mean. He wrong-wheeled him on the backboard there, and now Ivan has a chance to make up for it so quickly. Catalysm's coming in, and Catalysm is going to make it 2-1 EG.
It's just returning goals back and forth. Metza removing the run man from the play, and Ivan again slowing it down. Nobody on EG has any amount of ego. They are just trying to help out their teammates to get the goal for the team. Ivan leading the charge with that. Catalysm being rewarded with his first goal of this 5th game.
Evil Genius is putting in some good, honest work today. Yeah, nothing fancy, apart from that game 1, just, as you say, Stumpy, letting their teammates in, doing the work for the player next to them to be the one who's going to be up in lights. Right now, they're going to be up in their group as well if they can see this result away. Rizx to the backboard, he goes. Ivan's coming in. Seiko tries to slow it down, but Ivan does not fall for it. 6s and 7s in the Endpoint defense. So we get close control of this ball. Seiko can't really finally do that. Rizx has got a chance to shoot. Rizx almost takes it. That could have been such a killer blow towards Endpoint because of the way the goal would have come about.
Chance though for Wave to try and return the favour down the other end of the pitch. Ivan with a lot of boost, instead leaves it to Rizx. And look at that shadowing position that Ivan finds himself in. So close to the play, gets a bump as well. Ivan is doing so much, but Seiko up for one, flip reset. Ivan just shy of the goal line save.
Oh, what a touch that is from Catalysm. Ivan's in front, causing damage. Can he get the bump? No! Brilliantly dodged by Seiko. Couldn't quite get the flip reset goal, but down the other end, coming in so clutch in defense, and now Relating Wave takes charge over Metsonoris. Endpoint have somewhat woken up in the last 20 seconds or so. Seen that things weren't quite going their way. A pre-jump from Relating Wave to the backboard. Ivan clears it as far as he can go. It's clean for Metsonoris, but the pass isn't quite there. Intercepted by Evil Geniuses, and now Rizx with the chance to make his stamp on this one. Slows things down again. Endpoint really struggling to deal with this Evil Genius attack.
The change of tempo is just, it's neutralizing the entire defensive Endpoint who want to go full bore. They want to just dive and throw their face at everything. And yet they keep hitting doors on the way through. With 2 minutes remaining, it's a shot from Seiko. It's a save from Rizx.
Metsonoris can't even get his car around it to put a shot in. Wants to go to the corner, but again, read by Rizx. Relating Wave here. Good slow down from him, but Ivan 50-50 is brilliant. Could have been brilliant at least, but Metsonoris had no one in front of him to challenge him, so he can a couple of touches himself. Then he gets a dunk as well on Catalysm. Rizx is already up. How much distance can he put on that ball? Just enough to make Relating Wave get an awkward touch. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Evil Genius is really doing their best to keep Endpoint at arm's length here. So many teams have tried that over the course of this season, and they don't all manage it.
A shot chance thrown away from Wave. He had an opportunity to take it down and, slow it like how EG may have done. Instead, just shoots. It's an easy save for Rizx. And throwing away possession like that, it's not going to do you well. Metza with a save. Ivan just sending a couple more on target and changing up the tempo. We keep saying they make it slow. Sometimes they're shooting it so quickly.
Endpoint as well. Relating Wave, his clearance was central. It was essentially a pass to Evil Geniuses that just put Endpoint under even more trouble. Nowhere near at their best, but it's Evil Geniuses that are making them look rattled, making them look boost-starved, making them look like they're gonna lose this one.
3-1 for EG, and Catalysm just getting Wave out of the way. Birthday bumps on the wrong man. 50 seconds remain. That is too clear for EG.
Evil Genius is surely able to see this one away. Endpoint need a goal, they need it quick. That demo will help. Rizx is stranded. Relating Wave's going for the bump, and it's still saved by Rizx.
There's no way that Rizx manages to get it round and go as high as he needs to for that save, and yet he does.
Catalysm is still faking Endpoint, just completely throwing them every time. They're moving forward as a team now. The 50-50 doesn't quite work. More Evil Genius's goal line defending. Absolutely sublime play. Now Relating Wave. Metsonoris is up. He tips it towards Seiko, but it's read yet again by Catalysm. Wave, he opts to go to the ceiling this time. Read again by Rizx. Nothing is working for Endpoint. The defending so good from Evil Geniuses. Endpoint running out of ideas.
That was some of the best defense we've seen so far, and that is going to be a game and series win for the Evil Geniuses. The friendly rivalry continues, but on the scorecard, it's going to say 1-0 EG.
Man, so much happening in the end. Oh man, this was a nice matchup to end on. Yes, we did kind of go the distance with overtimes and everything, but wow, what a way to go out. We love a game that has a lot of close situations. But this one, EG takes this one home. Now, with many sweeps in round 2, right? It can't be that far of a stretch to say that this is probably one of the toughest matchups, right? Would you agree with that, Stumpy?
Yeah, I think so. I think that you start to see the lay of the land in your group where you might think, oh, you know what? Maybe we, as Williams Resolve, for example, we can beat Guild. We can do this. And then all of it, because you've just, you've lost previously, you've seen Guild lose, you're like, no, but we are the better team, we've been here more times. You start to feel the groups out. And then as soon as it starts to go wrong, I think then you really can get in your head. It's where I think a coach is very important, just to keep you on that track. Take each game as it comes and don't really focus on what the implications are.
Cole, was there any player that stood out to you in this matchup as kind of a key player to obviously, whether it's Endpoint or Evil Genius, a key player that stood out to you in this series, making it so close?
Yeah. Catalysm is like the human second hand. He just keeps things ticking along for Evil Geniuses. Like, even at the end when they were 3-1 up with 40 seconds left, Endpoint throwing everything at them. You're rushing into it. You're thinking, get a touch, get yourself on the ball by any means, right? That's all you have to do. In that situation, Catalysm was still faking. He was still just doing those slight split-second feints that just threw Endpoint completely for a loop. That is an absolute man-of-the-match performance from Catalysm, in my opinion. So impressed.
I do want to just give credit, though, to Rizex and Ivan for their goal line defense. Defensively, good lord, I can't believe how clutch they ended up being. Just such an all-round good performance from EG. Group B, it's looking scary.
Solid Rocket League all around. That will end it for round number 2. Now we got round number 3 coming up right after this, please. Tune in very, very soon, and we'll be back with more Rocket League goodness. See you soon.
We didn't miss the major because we didn't have the potential to go for it. We literally just choked. So it's bad but good at the same time because you can see that without the choke, we would have been there 100%.
Couldn't put it on target though because it was good. Oh! Again! Challenging, and we'll slot this in the lower corner.
I don't understand teams that are making changes in the middle of a season. This is, if you really do bad result, okay, that's fine. But for example, in NA, when you're ND, etc., why are you making changes? That's the worst thing to do because you lose momentum. And all the teams that will stay together, maybe they are top 10, but since they stay together, they will have more momentum than you and take your spot. We already said that we're sticking together until the end. Even if we do a bad result again, that's what teams means.
Flawless series so far. Every time Astral touches the ball, Vitality are in trouble.
To be fair, just with this first regional in this split, we can see that if we have a little bit of luck in our side, it will have been a top 4 easily. So we can see potential. I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like it's in a good way. It's in a good way.
You just need to hold it together. And Astral immediately has duct taped his router back together, and he has made an incredible double tap out of it.
It's a big season. It's really difficult to qualify. And missing it means that other teams have more points and it will be more difficult to catch them for the World Championships. So now we cannot make the mistake again.
On this play, low high goes low where Tachi. Brilliant placement on that ball.
Carmine Corp are going to see the series away in a sweep.
And just like that, the bills have been paid and we are back for round 3. Now, I got some new friends with me, okay? Greg and Shogun, welcome. I hope you guys have enjoyed the matches from the sidelines, keeping up to date with what's going on. If you guys have missed it, we got a little refresher for you. So let's check out the results from round 2 right away and see how the teams fared up. Greg, is there anything coming at you from this slide right here that is a big surprise to you?
I think there's a lot of effect from Evil Geniuses and K-Corp in that Group B. I think Evil Geniuses are feeling great after the reverse sweep. K-Corp not feeling so good after narrowly missing out in a series. And it makes a massive difference. The knock-on effect going into the next games has led them to be 2-0 and 0-2. So see if they can get back to the levels we expect from them in the third round.
Shogun, did you expect all the sweeps happening in round 2? I love that we were the only matchup that kind of like went the distance here.
This is typical European Rocket League, though, isn't it? We get all the game 5s in round 1, and as we're all excited, it's like, oh wow, look how close all these matches are going to be. Just sweeps all over the place. So, as always, it's sometimes easier to predict the winner than it is to actually get the game results. But that's just very typical of what we have over here, and expect to see more of it in this round.
Well, we're going to see if we're going to have more sweeps in round number 3. Let's check out the schedule real quick and see the matchups we got going on. We do want to, once again, push to you guys that we all the different teams have their own team streams. So if you do want to root for your specific team, head over to their broadcast available here on Twitch. Give it a gander, support them, root for them. Okay, cheer for them in the chat. We are going to be checking out Dignitas versus Vitality. Now, I want to say the pre-prediction I'm going to say is you guys think Dig is going to win this. Is that a fair assessment?
That's very good. Very good. Orb, you're learning.
Right. Here's the next prediction for you here, Orb. How much do we think they're going to win it by?
Yes, Shogun. What do you think?
Prediction.
Yeah, I mean, the result is the easier prediction here, I think. I mean, there is always a world where Vitality step up. You know, they're at boot camp right now. They play very well under boot camp environment normally. But today not been so much, and Dignitas not been playing their best, and they found the same thing to be true in the regional 1 where they made it to the final, but in the group stages they didn't look particularly good. So there is every world right now where we see Vitality step up, but I think it's gonna have to be a 3-1er. You know, we can't expect a sweep at this stage, surely.
Chat, we're extending the question to you before Shogun gets to do his prediction as well. Feel free, hashtag away in the chat room. Dignitas or Vitality, who do you think is going to take this home? Shogun, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. I'm the one that's in the wrong here, and you won't hear that from me all too often. But what I'm not going to be wrong about is the result of this one. Yes, I've got Dignitas taking it. If you look at the flaws of either of these teams, Dignitas's flaw is still pretty good, and Vitality's flaw is abhorrent. So I've got to go with the surer hand on this one. I think Dignitas take it. I'll go a little bit more convincing than Greg, and I'll go 3-0.
I mean, I've said already, 3-1 is what I'm expecting it to be. This is a bold statement. We normally only predict the results, but here we are going for actual score lines, which is crazy.
I don't like the I never like the 3-1 prediction. I feel like the one's always given away as a pity. Like, it can't possibly. I can't say it's a 3-0. Now you commit with a 3-0.
Okay.
Yeah, just because you don't want to be rude. Is that what you're trying to say? You just want.
I think that's the reason why people give the one. Yes.
Okay, well, I think it's going to be a 3-1 to Dignitas, and I think it's because Vitality deserve a game in this game. I think it'll probably be game 1 or game 2. I mean, at this point, we're over-predicting. Like, we don't.
If they're going to get one, it's game 1. They're not getting anything else.
Who's going to score the first goal, and what minute is going to be at?
Glorious first minute.
Shogun's convinced this is going to be an absolute domination. He's like, it's going to be 7-0.
That's the only goal. I'm also predicting my 1-0 series happening on this one. I've gone all in on this one.
Okay, well we'll see.
Listen, Twitch chat is saying 83% here for Dig, so this does seem to be a pretty one-sided
That's a very 3-0 sounding sort of prediction amount, isn't it?
It is, yeah. To be fair, yeah.
Is that the equivalent of a 3-1 prediction for scores? For matches?
we'll take it as that way. Anything to make it feel like I've got some backup in this one.
Oh, look at the double demo already.
Yeah, not you, Scrub, though. I'm not looking for you to score first.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we've got a little bit of a reunion as well. I was excited to see this. K-Dot, Fairy Peak, Scrub Killer, all in the same lobby. Me commentating it as their ex-coach. But I think this is definitely one of the most stacked lobbies in terms of success and names in recent Rocket League history, you know?
Vitality... this is probably the most storied European rivalry out there. Like, these are the two orgs that have been having a go at each other for ages at this point. And during last season, it felt like they were in different swings. You know, one team was really struggling to find an identity in the form of Dignitas, and Vitality were out there winning RLCS season X on the European side. And this season, I don't know, especially where we are right now, Vitality kind of feel like that team in flux. They're the team that are looking for the answers.
Yeah, Dignitas definitely on an upswing now as a team and organization. I think it's down to the young talent they've got on this team. You know, Jack and Jorias are just getting better and better the longer they compete at the top. And Scrub Killer has come out of a bit of a rough patch for him, and he's playing now on the best roster I think we've ever seen him fit on. He's playing the role which I think he was destined to play in Rocket League, which is that support role. He's always been known for his ability to make saves, and now he gets to do that as part of a team where he fills the gap between them. But starting off a little bit of a ping pong start, you know, traditional feeling out stage at the beginning of a game. Neither team looking too threatening. A few demos here and there. Which team's going to start off a bit stronger? And I think everyone's going to be expecting Dignitas at this stage. They have looked so much better as a team in recent history.
Yeah, that being said, if this is the play style that we're starting off with, Vitality will be pretty happy with that. It's once things get a little bit more chaotic, like it's going to here. Apparently, Jack first touch. Too heavy for him. Took it into the path of Alpha 54. I'm already one prediction wrong in this series. We'll see how quickly I can start picking these up. Jorius on his way in. And find underneath. And actually, the shot goes in. Very Pete. Makes it 1-0.
Yeah, Dignitas going a little bit too hard on this offense there. Joris going for the doink. Not quite getting it past the defender. And that set up the quick counterattack. Very Peak. Accurate and efficient on the counterattack shot. And that first goal going away to a bit of an overcommit from Dignitas, something we see from them fairly frequently. You know, they're a team that tries to score more goals than their opponents rather than looking to stop goals being conceded. So definitely going to need to see an answer back from them now, as we're only halfway through this game, plenty of time.
Yeah, what I do always like, though, about Dignitas. Oh, Kato, wait a minute. Was that a challenge, or did he just crumple straight through this? Let's have a look.
Great read off the wall.
Oh, all right, Scrub just gone on the wrong side of the ball.
Yeah, a little bit of a weak aerial from Scrub, just going very direct at the ball and opening up the ability for K-Dop to play off of that in the 50-50. K-Dop changes his path towards that ball at the final moment, winning out that challenge. And Vitality looking very strong at this stage, actually. This is the best they've looked today, not looking so strong earlier on. As we reach halfway mark, Jorius trying to make a play, and it's left there for apparently Jack, as no one able to defend it away. The classic cleanup after the Jorius outplay, as Ferry Pete getting beaten to that high touch from Jorius. K-Dot not able to make the clear, and almost getting the save there for Alpha.
Yeah, K-Dot will be a little bit disappointed with that. Just got very panicky, didn't realize quite how close the follow-up player was from Dignitas. Could have been immediately off the backboard, but instead that one was waiting for him. Now halfway through this game, we have Scrub Killer looking to try and create. Here we go. Ends up leaving it for apparently Jack. 2 players needed. Big scramble, and Jorius. Be happy to see Scrub Killer already back. That typical Dignitas aggression. And don't expect to see this one ever change. There's a few teams out there that we need to try and look for some adaptations. Their adaptation is to just do it better. And Dignitas might have been looking at a few stages in this game where they could have done the execution a little bit better.
Yeah, if we remember back to the first regional, we saw Dignitas not look as strong as we have in the past, and it was mostly due to their rotation speed. They just looked a little bit slow on clearing out of the play, and because they're so used to a faster rotation, they would overcommit and then get scored on in return. Whereas, as you can see right now, even in that play, Scrub Killer centered it and then was back by the time the counterattack began. So, you know, quickly clearing out after your plays is so key to this aggressive play style.
Here's apparently Jack. Reset available off the backboard.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow. Scrub Killer. You knew that one was in 3 seconds before it ended up even being turned in. Look at this from apparently Jack.
The angles in which he changed on that ball, the way he went off the wall, caught it in the flip reset, took it above the goal. So much scoop on that flip reset there, and smothered it to keep it on the goal line. Easy finish for Scrub Killer. Beautiful from apparently Jack.
This is what we talk about all the time when we say hiding what the actual play is for as long as possible. And you've got apparently Jack in that position. You don't know if he's going for net. He could very well just let that one loiter for a little further, try and take the flip reset over the top of you and just turn it in. Instead, he's now got access to that backboard. He's setting up. And as a goalkeeper and as a defender, you've got to somehow figure out, 1, which option is it going to be? And 2, how are you going to get there in time, as this is now very awkward. Alpha couldn't see the ball drop down into a shootable position for him, but still good positioning here for Vitality.
Good catch there by Jack coming out of defense. I think that's the key difference between these two teams. We all know Dignitas are superior in the mechanics department, but when Vitality are working as a unit, playing together as a team, they don't even need to use those mechanics. They have strong challenge game, win the ball for each other, take players out of the game just through simple mechanics, good fundamentals. And they've got to be really careful, because if they let the scoreline get too close, Dignitas can create a goal against them at any moment with those 1v1 mechanics. But we are now going into the final seconds of regulation time here. 2-2 the scoreline. Definitely Vitality coming out the hotter. Dignitas heating up as we're going to be in 0-second time, probably going to overtime.
That is going to be the case. So next goal wins. put themselves up 1-0 in this best of 5 series. I think that's definitely the stronger hand as we've gradually moved away from the ping pong style that we started off with. And that's good. Everybody gone Fairy Peak. Last one back, as well as Alpha, who managed to scramble just in time. Very well played with 0 boost. Alpha now, we're trying to get some way out of here. This is where Dignitas tend to do their best work, but K-Dop finds the one angle that's not covered, and instead he's crushed another challenge. Best 50-50 game we've seen from K-Dop in quite some time.
Yeah, it's honestly the thing that was most scary about them back when we used to compete against Vitality and RLCS X was it felt like they had this ability to win every challenge interaction, and they play off of people who try and play too fast very well. You know, they change up their pace of approach on the ball. You know, like right here, you just don't know whether Caleb's going to go for the block, whether he's just going to leave it, whether he's going to try and beat you to the ball. It's like so many different options in that challenge game, and so they play into you beautifully. But they always have a double commit in, and that's where the challenge game gets let down, is you need to have people supporting you behind, as we see K-Dop actually looking quite mechanical for what we're used to seeing from him today.
Yeah, I've been very happy with what I've seen in these opening exchanges between these teams from K-Dop.
I keep thinking it's Alpha, because he's got the same decal on. Oh.
Yeah, they're getting a little thrown off. I got thrown off earlier when I thought there was only one person back.
Yeah. Oh, every time you see someone in the Fennec with that decal and they're doing something mechanical, you're like, well, that's Alpha. But it's actually been K-Dop on a few occasions here.
It's a very yellow tournament that we've got going on. There's a lot of those sort of teams. There's Scrub.
2 shots missed from him now.
Yeah, he's also had a couple of whiffs over on the back line. Not been Scrub's finest performance. K-Dop takes his time, launches it downfield, and is going to try and chase it off the backboard. Apparently, Jack goes to meet.
Good read.
And that was so crucial from him.
Yeah, a little bit too much of this setting up the air dribble play going on from both teams, to be honest, more so from Dignitas. And the teams are just backing off and let them do it and then taking control of that ball. It's almost like they're taking turns to do a 1v3 outplay, and then when it doesn't work, reset the play. I need to see a little bit more control and anticipation to take players out of the game. Bring them towards you before you start that outplay, so at least you get that first one for free.
If that is the way that this game is developing, you kind of know the 3 players you'd expect to succeed more at that side. K-Dop does launch down the side. Not the best first touch from Jorius. Off the backboard, Scrub Killer. We have to chase this one down, at least temporarily. Wards away Alpha. Now Jorius. Good first touch. Solid challenge here. Comes apparently Jack. Went underneath. And Fairy Peak managed to just collapse the car in time. Not have liked to have seen that one gone past him. 3 minutes of overtime now played. And our Prime stream continues to just seemingly have the tightest matchups of the round. As here goes apparently Jack once again. And this time not able to recover the flip reset, but still Dignitas are putting so much pressure on Gregan.
Yeah, and of course, you say this is the main stream. You can watch any of your favorite teams on their own streams. Obviously, check out these 2 teams if you're supporting Vitality or Dignitas. They've got their own streams. Get involved in the communities there. But over here, we'll be watching the rest of this series. And it seems to be one of the closer ones so far. There's been some 3-0s already in this round, which we'll get to in the break here. But Vitality versus Dignitas. If you'd said last week this was going to be one of the closer series of the event, you wouldn't believe it, because Dignitas have looked so much superior to Vitality. But this is Vitality on boot camp, a whole different beast, which we haven't had a chance to witness this season.
Yeah, something that BDS will tell you better than anyone else is Alpha almost managed to skip the ball past Jorius. The team that does better when they are at, I believe it's the Hive that they call it, Gregan? You'll be able to confirm this one for me.
They have 2 facilities. They have the Hive, which is in central Paris, and then they also play at Stade de France, the national stadium of France.
Certainly have their options.
I assume they'll be at Stade de
Alpha's
France
options
right
limited
now.
though off that bump. And that's going to drop over to Scrub Killer. Lays it over to apparently Jack. A little bit of miscommunication as to how that play was going to go down. Apparently Jack's still so deadly off the backboard, sets it up, and Scrub Killer knocks it in.
Was a bit concerned about Scrub Killer's pass just prior to this play. It looked like a lack of confidence, but he came in so confident as that ball was dropped down to him by Jack. Good. The amount of power and precision he got off of that shot, something Scrub Killer has done for years in the past. He's so good at close range from the ground, and he puts it top corner, taking 2 players out of the game. Dignitas are the victors in this first game.
Right, Orb. Let's have the cheeky wee update, shall we? What's happening around the RLCS fields?
Absolutely. Well, we continued with the sweeping to begin with. I was actually very surprised that we had 2 sweeps very early on. Guild beating Luminosity 3-0.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Then we had Navi beating Cookser Minions 3-0, and this means that Cookser is now out of the event. And I checked out our good friend Jorby over on the Misfits stream, and that just concluded with Misfits winning 3-1.
Oh, that's a happy Jorby.
After he was screaming when they scored, goal! So he was feeling it. He was feeling. This is what I love. I get to like actually jump around and like scout out what's going on. There's some screaming, there's some yelling. There's a lot of energy in the air, but of course it should be. It is round 3 after all. And then
Huge
we had.
results.
Did the Queso match finish yet? I need to.
Well, there's the Queso trying to reverse sweep Semper over there. They went down 2-0.
That is right.
In the first 2 games. Queso be trying to get that reverse sweep. We'll hear after this game, hear from you all, but keep close eye on that one for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Much appreciated.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, as always. I mean, we've got 16 teams all vying to try and compete, and I think a lot of teams have seen what Queso did during the last tournament and won a little bit of that for themselves. As always with Europe as well, it's so hard to be consistent. We had so many teams fighting for that 5th spot last time. It's very big, actually. He's going to be out of position for this. And apparently Jack's just trying. Somehow he can't. This was not the boost available to get the speed up on the car.
Yeah, Joris needed to do something there. He was in front of the ball. He could either go for the bump, he could go for the take control of the ball and score it himself approach, but he ended up doing neither. And that meant Jack had to go alone with no boost. And those kind of counterattacks, that's where you really need to be clinical. You've been gifted a goal by Vitality and not taking it, and that could come back to bite you in the future. As we do know, this is an incredibly vital game for both these teams. This could dictate whether they even make it to tomorrow's tournament. These guys are fighting off the bottom of their group. Vitality 0-2, where Dignitas 1-1. And this could send us to a tiebreaker where they have to face each other again to decide who goes through to the next stage.
But we saw during the last split as well, Vitality performed pretty much the great escape to end up going to Sweden after a pretty terrible first tournament. They can't do it here, though. If they end up losing this, I mean, this is very much their chances at winter right now on your screen. They lose this. It is pretty much done for them as Jorius went pure muscle mode over on the goal line. Can they do it yet again? They will keep saying that Vitality are just the team that will not die. And Dignitas have the opportunity to try and finish them off.
Yeah, that's the challenge for these teams who've been in Rocket League for so long. Vitality, Dignitas, NRG, G2. These names have been sticking around for so long and have got a winning personality, I guess, that the teams don't lose. And so once they start falling out of that top 2, top 3 spot, their fans start asking questions. And that's where Vitality is sitting right now. Do we need to make a change? Do we need to change the way we work as a team? And I guess by going to boot camp for this event, they've gone, right, we need to take this seriously. And they really want to use this opportunity at boot camp to make the most of it and go through to at least the top 4. They need to be getting top 4 to be getting to that major.
Yeah, and that might just be like the 1 of 2 that they require, as well as maybe a little bit of help from elsewhere in the European scene. Booming clear, no chance for K-Dop. Scrub Killer has got another one. And we saw a couple of opportunities missed in the last game, Gregan, but Scrub's finding himself in the right spots at the right time.
That needs to be blocked by Alpha. The whole team is pushed up in anticipation of that ball being stopped. I think Alpha was really trying to force a goal rather than play the safest option. Scrub Killer just saying, well, see if you can save this one, and nobody back to make the save. And that's something we see a lot against Vitality, actually. They do push up quite far, trusting the challenge game. And when it doesn't work, that's what happens, conceding 3 goals as we're going now deep into the second half of the game. Both teams looking solid, but lacking a little bit of creativity. I think that's the key difference maker for Dignitas. They need to bring out their creative mechanics, start breaking down this Vitality roster.
Yeah, I feel like Jack's definitely been a player that has been doing that. We've seen from the majority of the goals that they scored in the last one, I mean, even the last one that they ended up scoring. The longer that Vitality play this style, the more opportunities Jack's going to get to create those sort of goals. And right now, I'm just not too sure what you see in Vitality. What they're seeing is a second goal go past them. And they're seeing the 4th goal of Scrub Killer in this series.
You summed it up perfectly there. Jack just in a very powerful position on the wall, jumps off, saves his dodge. Very unpredictable for the Vitality defense, finds a gap in the defense, and Scrub Killer comes and finishes it off. Jack right now, the playmaker that Dignitas need to break their opponents down. And that's the advantage you've got when you've got 3-star players like Jack, Jorius, and Scrub, is you don't rely on that superstar in Jorius every single game. And anyone at any moment can pop off. Oh, Jack almost
so
styling.
close.
Almost styling.
He was just millimeters away from getting those 4 wheels down for the next reset. You know he would have made it as well. Apparently Jack once again up into the air. You know how confident he's feeling. He's got Jorius up in support. Jorius with the bump, and that's into the net. Apparently Jack styling on Vitality.
It is apparently Jack's day right here. He comes off the ceiling, sends it towards the net, sees Jorius playing line back up front, who takes out the final defender. And it means the scramble back defense isn't quite able to keep it out. Jorius knows his role in this team, and that's to let Jack do his thing as they go 3 goals up in game 2. Dignitas are looking hot now.
Jack, by far, the MVP on the field for me. Scrub with the majority of the goals, however, and he's been very useful at just picking them up, making sure he's always in the right position. As you mentioned, Gregan, this is the role that he fills so well. And we talked about the defensive side of it, but when he's at a team that's positioning this good, as this is now a bit more difficult, but there you go. There's Scrub. Does not put himself out of spot. And this is the sort of game now where you see Dignitas at their best. Apparently Jack almost found another setup. As always, he's just finding ways past the defenders.
Yeah, just sat on the ball on the final bit there. But yes, they don't need to score any more goals now. They're just going to be feeling it for the final moments here, maybe trying to get a flare goal or 2. But the questions now are being asked from Vitality. Why are you not breaking down this defense? Where are your outplay mechanics to get through them? They're not going to make mistakes. You cannot rely on a solid rotation to break him down. You need to outplay. And that's where Vitality are lacking right now.
Vitality typically, they like to go for the outplays until they've got 1 person left. But you are dealing with 3 of the best recovery players that we have got in the league. You know, you're going to have to beat them like 4 or 5 times to have that open net that they seemingly want. But Orb, we've obviously had a bit of a chat what's happening over here. What's happening elsewhere?
There is a lot going on. Do you want the full rundown or the quick rundown, Shogun? How much time do we have?
We have like
going
a minute.
on?
Okay, so let's
All right.
Hey, what's happening in
Well,
Group A?
The show started quite a while ago, and many teams entered the tournament. You want me to speed it up, or do you want me to?
I think this could do a quick like fast forward, but yeah, keep going.
Okay, absolutely. Well, all right. Listen, we had Queso completing the reverse sweep that they had going. So congratulations to them. Williams Resolve beating BDS 3-1, and I just want to see reactions on that real quick. Shogun.
That's a BDS. That sounds like a BDS result. I'm sorry.
You know what that means though now is Guild is playing BDS in the tiebreaker to decide whether they make it through the upper bracket.
That's why it happened, because we always get Guild BDS as many times as we can get Guild BDS.
That group is unbelievable.
It's been scripted since the beginning, Shogun. Okay, you've seen the results so far. It's been scripted. Why would we stop scripting the show now? It doesn't make sense. And then just the final thing. ED was currently up 2-1 versus Stormtroopers.
Okay.
Yeah, my goodness. Okay. That Group A has gone so different to how I expected it to go. You know, we've got Guild and BDS both on 2-1, fighting out to see who goes through as number 1. And then we've got at the bottom, Williams Resolve versus Luminosity Gaming to decide which of them doesn't even make the playoffs.
And what's happening to Luminosity? For last tournament around that, they just got very unlucky to end up running into an informed Dignitas. They can't afford for this, though. There would be no excuses if they end up dropping out this early. The team that a lot of people have had high expectations for. Now K-Dop by himself. Actually, Scrub Killer called off, and that almost got turned in. Again, the communication, though, from Dignitas, spot on.
Yeah, everything they're doing is leading to goals. Eventually, Jorah's coming in and finishing this one off, putting it top corner.
Oh, look who set it up.
Yeah,
is this a shock anymore?
Yeah, it's just Jack is breaking down this Vitality defense so well. And Jorah's and Scrub Killer know how to finish off the back of it. That's 1-0. First minute for Dignitas. This is getting even more tricky every moment that goes by. Vitality looking down and out.
Well, Ferry couldn't get back control of the car before he could nail the double tap. Scrub Killer off the backboard. He's out of boost, but guess who isn't? Anybody else would have potentially been available, as apparently Jack gets rid of it for the time being. Jack has been on fire. I think, once again, people would rather see this Dignitas team in the upper side of the bracket rather than ruining the lower side like they were last time out. Get up underneath. Scrub Killer with apparently Jack. Don't know what they were trying for, but even then, I'm almost convinced they were trying for something, some sort of mid-air pinch. I would not put it past them.
Yeah, they're a very creative team. You know, these guys have got a lot of synergy in twos as well, which is, of course, where those spaces open up to get creative with your mechanics. Obviously, the 1v1 background for each of them, when they're alone in space, we know they've got a lot of tools in their box, but that's the excitement of Dignitas, but it also is the risk. You know, when they're not feeling it mechanically, you know, they can't rely on that outplay potential. And as long as one of them is, as we're seeing today, that's apparently Jack on this occasion. As long as one of them's being creative, the other two are good enough fundamentally to be able to finish off around them. Just to correct you as well, Misfits are finishing top of this group. They went 3-0, beating all of the teams in the group. Dignitas, Zero Nation, and
somebody else is
Vitality.
once again going to hate Dignitas in that lower bracket.
Yeah, Dignitas down for the run again.
Sorry, everybody else.
Oh my.
Apparently Jack once again looking for the outplays. This time Fairy gets solid enough contact to at least ensure there's not going to be a follow-up. And actually Scrub Killer somewhat wasteful with that possession. Not want to set those up in the half volley positions for the defenders. It's actually a good challenge. Scrub Killer well positioned yet again.
Oh, so
this
good
is
alone.
something that I've seen develop in the last year of Scrub Killer is I feel like he's got really good at not being overly positive about the play happening around him. He now covers the bad options. Okay, I don't want to see this going towards my net, but I'm going to go there just in case it is.
Yeah, I think it really helps with having teammates like Jack and Joris. He trusts them on the ball, so he's much more willing to rotate back behind them and give them that freedom, knowing that he's covering for them. And that's the key in Rocket League. We saw it so much in the NRG G2 final, some of the best Rocket League we've seen in history. And the key there was making your person on the ball feel as comfortable as possible. Make him as much the first person as you can. And then that way, moments like this,
oh,
Fairy! Leave them alone for a while.
They had the 2v1 option. It was a good setup, and Fairy just puts it wide. Second chance, though, and Alpha will not let this one go to waste.
Yeah, finally punishing them for that overcommit prior. A great finish there. K-Dops recognizing Scrub Killer pre-jumping the shot, just puts it low to the side, and Alpha sends it home. Very unpredictable. Point-blank range dodge shot does lead them to getting a goal. Just a little bit overzealous from Dignitas, sending all three players forward. Joris finding himself too far forward, having to retreat. And then from that moment on, Vitality were on the front foot. As we enter this final minute, it's gonna be
wasted.
It's going to be wasted.
There was a good bit of pressure to turn them back to one each, and Fairy just caught out too far forward. And that's been a running theme in this series. We've seen some absolutely brilliant plays from Dignitas. I'm not going to take that away from them. But at the same time, we have had more than one time we've looked at Vitality's third man positioning and gone, all right, well, you're not in the right spot, are you?
They rely too much on winning interactions. You know, they have to win a challenge, otherwise they're too far forward. And when you're against a team of 1v1 players who have made their name off of winning 1v1 interactions, that's way too risky. You need to have that support, that deep support, covering, sweeping around behind to make sure nothing can go wrong.
All good infield. K-Dop tries to scoop it towards the backboard. But Vitality got their previous goal. This is also where they got caught out. They have to go for this now. 30 seconds, down by one. They've lost the challenge, and that's going to waste so much time off the clock. K-Dop back down. Joris to himself, off the wall, past Alpha. And actually, it's a bad touch from Alpha. Takes it even further away from his teammates. So Dignitas looking to hold on. As apparently Jack takes the ball back down, ends up whiffing it on the second attempt. Very peak.
It's just too predictable.
It is, but this actually might be a good bounce for them, and it's bounced off the lip of the wall. but it will finally hit the floor. And Dignitas 3-0. Renault Vitality. Actually, it's still getting me these days, Gregan. It's just Vitality.
Just Vitality. Emphasis on the
Vitality.
Look, I mean, that was an exceptional performance from Dignitas. So solid from them. Exceptional from apparently Jack, creating pretty much 90% of the goals they scored in that series. Definitely the MVP. And I mean, we highlighted every one of their players and what they were doing well in that series, but we do have to look at the other side. Vitality are now out. That's them out of this group. They're out of the playoff bracket. They're going to be having a sad Saturday and Sunday at their boot camp.
Yes, I mean, the sad thing is it is a tournament after all, so we're going to have some people not making the cut this time around. But there's always next time, you know? If they're at the boot camp, they can learn from their experience, you know, and build something beautiful for the next regional, huh?
Always
there's always a silver lining.
The problem is now is that I think they've got like, correct me if I'm wrong here, Gregan, but that flight back will be on Monday. That's a long weekend now that you've got over there.
Yeah, boot camp is great until it goes wrong, and then boot camp is like you feel the emotions more when you're on boot camp. So when it's positive, you feel elated. It's amazing. I'm sure Misfits are having the best time ever right now. But the moment it goes wrong, that's when you see the emotions the other way, and so that team might make or break off the back of how they turn that boot camp around.
Now, this right here, Endpoint versus Carmine. We had Carmine, who actually forced a Game 5 after a 3-1 win in Game 4. So they were looking pretty strong. So we will see. Who do you got here, Shogun? What is your prediction for the final outcome, Endpoint versus Carmine?
Carmine looked really poor after they got reverse swept, but apparently they've seemingly turned this around a little bit. This is the joy of when we cast these ones, is that these games obviously been going down. I ain't seen anything up to this point, but you know what? After this goal, I'm 100% in on Endpoint. I think that they've got this the whole way.
Yeah, this Group B is really interesting. We've got this game going on, Endpoint versus Carmine. You know, the winner of this will be able to decide whether they stay in the tournament, whether they get to have a chance potentially at tiebreakers. And while this is going on, the other two teams in the group are also in Game 5. We've got Evil Geniuses versus Stormtroopers, which you can now see. That's now a 1-0.
Yeah.
If Evil Geniuses win that, they go into the upper bracket, no questions asked. If they lose it, they might have to do a playoff against Endpoint to decide. And we know how Evil Geniuses are when it comes to playoffs. It's not their favorite place to go.
They might not be the most clutch team that we have in the region. Let's put it that way. As Carmen have got another one. How on earth has this one gone in? Because from my initial view, this is just a cross map. Okay, it's just a cross map shot. I was hoping something else.
Overcommitment from Endpoint.
Yeah, a little bit of a meta commit.
Now, I wanted to ask you guys, Stormtroopers forcing a Game 5 here on EG, would you consider that an upset?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. At this stage, Stormtroopers are through the closed qualifiers. They're one of our few orgless teams in the top 16. You know, the three players who've been in the scene for a little while now, you know, Dead Monster, the least experienced, but he's an incredible ones player. But both Tho and Ocelon have spent time near the top on top 8 teams. So definitely names from the past. But Carmine Corp going up again. So they're 2-1 up now against Endpoint.
This is the moment I said that I was 100% on Endpoint, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You cursed
at least I got my other prediction right today, all right? The last one was a 3-0. I got something.
Dead Monster there, a really good backboard flip reset, setting up Tho to clean up. That's what Tho does best. He's such a good cleanup merchant. He's so fast around the pitch. So if he lets his teammates flare, you know, obviously Nolly being his teammate for a long time, that duo worked because Nolly would outplay and then Tho would clean up. Now he's got Dead Monster to do that.
We just spoke about how good we considered Scrub Killer, kind of considering the opposite direction, just making sure that he covers the worst possible option. Tho is maybe one of the most positive players in terms of gameplay reading, because he will just always position, all right, if everything goes well, I am right here. I am ready to go. And, he's very much a player that won't dictate how well his team plays, but if his team's playing well, he makes them play better. And if they're not playing well around him, then it can become a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I would say he's a less experienced Mark by 8, right? Oh, good equalizer, Seiko.
Yeah, also, you know, and this is absolutely no shot against the people around him, but Mark by 8 can get away with being more positive because look at the team around him. They are winning the majority of the challenges and the plays they're involved in.
Exactly. So, you know, Tho's playstyle definitely not one to change if he finds the right teammates. Maybe Dead Monster and Aussie are those teammates. But this one here, Endpoint versus Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp had so much hype around them coming into this season of RLCS. And we've seen so much disappointment. Every event, it seems like they underperform. When they're looking great, you think, how is this team not one of the best in the region? But they have such a wide range and such a big standard deviation of what we can expect from them. And I think this event has really shown that as they're looking to be potentially knocked out 0-3 in this group.
What team do you guys think is the most solid, like the most stable team that constantly performs?
I'd actually give it to almost Dig at this point. In terms of like, I'm sort of taking that question as like, where's the floor? You know, who is going to still perform at least good when they're not having a great day?
Yeah.
I feel like Dig, that is that team to me, because you need all three players of Scrub Killer, Jorius, and apparently Jack to not be playing well. That is not going to happen.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? Is weak link players or players who don't fit your style can often be the reason a team underperforms. And I think right here you can see Stake, Itachi, and Astral have such a lot of potential to pop off and be incredible. But when it comes down to it, they have a chaotic playstyle. And so if they're creating chaos for their teammates, it's not only going to be them playing badly, but it's going to affect their teammates' ability to play well.
Shogun, you mentioned during the Dig game that Jack, to you, was kind of the star player of that series, right? Now, is that like a surprise for you that he stands out like that, or is that business as usual for him?
Nah, it's interchangeable on that team. They've definitely got a play style, but you know, there's certain teams that will say, all right, this player is here. Like a Metsunaris, we would say typically, all right, he's going to stay back a little bit more. But for a team like Dignitas, it's just, all right, you're the player that's popping off. You're the one that's going to lead the charge. All right, you seem to be reading the game very well. I love how well they adapt the play style is coming, actually. Another one, 7-goal thriller on the right-hand side.
Yeah, both games approaching their final moments here. Evil Geniuses looking to hold out against Stormtroopers. If they can get this, they go through to that upper bracket, which will be huge for them in terms of winter points and potentially making the winter major, where Karmine Corp just fighting to stay alive here on the other side.
0. That's it. All right. Evil Geniuses have managed to hold off under pressure. That's a good thing to be seeing from them. And that does get them the top spot now, doesn't it, in the group? Yes, it does. 3-0.
Yeah, and then if this goes the way it's currently going, that will mean Endpoint, Stormtroopers, and Karmine Corp all on 1 win, 2 losses. So we'll be seeing a tiebreaker between those 3 teams, which is what's happened. Karmine Corp getting it finally in those final moments there. Wow, this Group B has really thrown a lot of spanners in the works. You know, these teams, Evil Geniuses, have looked the most clutch we've ever seen from them. And now we're going to be seeing Endpoint, Stormtroopers, and Karmine Corp fighting to see who can stay alive and go into that lower bracket.
Now, if Karmine wins, it will be a tiebreaker versus Stormtroopers for last. Like, Stormtroopers' performance here, how would you rate that on a scale? It's got to have been surprising.
It's difficult to say because it's so chaotic. I feel like I'd be almost unfair with me rating them when I've had such a little chance to actually pay full attention to them today. But I will say these results from them are not a massive surprise. Surprise, yes. Massive surprise, no.
No surprises in Europe. Closed qualifier teams can win events, as we saw with Queso last time. So having Guild perform really well in Group A, you know, having Stormtroopers in this group do so well. I mean, Evil Geniuses and Misfits both came from the closed qualifiers and they finished top in their groups. You know, we are this is a very different region to any other region in Rocket League. Every team from the closed qualifier has potential.
It is exciting to say the least. That will conclude round number 3. Now, we got tiebreakers coming up, and that's going to happen right after the break. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight, and we will be right back with more Rocket League.
To
All right, welcome back. The bills have been paid, and it is time for more Rocket League goodness. We got tiebreakers. That's coming up right now. Let's take a look at the previous results here to see what went down here in round number 3. Now, we've talked about surprises. We've talked about sweeps. Gregan, is there anything coming at you here as a big surprise?
Well, there's a few big surprises. Obviously, Vitality going 0-3. I don't know how much of a surprise that is, but I think we'd expect them to beat 0-0 Nation. So they're now out. And I guess the biggest surprise for me is, Guild coming into Group A had a really tough group. Luminosity, Williams Resolve, and BDS, all amazing teams. They've gone 2-1, and they've now got to beat BDS to get into that upper bracket. A very surprising day one here, I would say, all around. You could talk about so many teams here that would be surprising.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here in the tiebreakers. The results we're going to have with the amount of sweeps we've had, what is going to go on. Now, in order to explain tiebreakers and the matches we have in front of us, we want to explain it properly. So we brought in our favorite expert, Mr. Gibbs. Gibbs, can you hear me? Are you here?
Hello, I'm here. As you could see, I was on a Dignitas stream, so that's why I'm rocking the Dignitas stuff right now. But I wanted to come to explain the Group B tiebreakers, because obviously that's the one that's confusing. Group A, there's 2 teams 2-1, 2 teams 1-2. Let's play a tiebreaker out. Group B, we got 3 teams at 1-2. So here's how it works. Tiebreakers go match record first. Obviously, all 3 teams are 1-2. Then it goes to game differential. On that, we see Carmine Corps. They're at -3. Endpoint and Stormtroopers are at 0. So Carmine Corps, they are out of tiebreakers now. They've already lost tiebreakers. They are 4th. Now you have to revert back to tiebreakers again. You have Endpoint and Stormtroopers left. You do the same thing. Match record, then game differential among tied teams, which basically just means head-to-head match record there. Endpoint beats Stormtroopers 3-1. So Endpoint wins the head-to-head. They get the number 2 seed. They will not play in the tiebreaker itself. We will play for 3rd and 4th because that's the more important spot. We don't want anyone going home when they're on a tiebreaker, right? So we got Carmine Corps versus Stormtroopers for the 3rd and 4th place spot in Group B.
Wow, you're mesmerizing to listen to, Gibbs, when you're explaining formats. I'm just here like, what a man!
I was just gonna say, like, listening to this, I'm so happy to have this job where I just have to read off already calculated results and everything, and the big brain Gibbs has to do all the work behind the scenes to figure this out. How did the Dignitas stream go? Huh? I heard you guys had some issues. What happened with that?
There's some issues, but we got Hercules taking over to do the Dignitas stream later on in the lower bracket, and you should expect, obviously, Dig probably making that lower bracket run once again. So definitely go check that out later on today.
All right. Well, thank you, Gibbs, for joining us, for explaining all the tiebreaker goodness. It was much needed because I couldn't have done that. I don't know about you, Shogun and Gregan, but listen, it's good that we bring Gibbs. We should bring on Gibbs more.
Not only should we get him in more, we need him dressed like that from now on. All right. I want full on, how do you do, fellow kids, Gibbs on the broadcast more often.
And listen, I'm totally down with that. Listen, I got my G2 jersey on. He's got the Dig stuff on. Listen, we should have more. Didn't you have a flag of Guild, Gregan? What happened with that?
I'm just sort of looked around my room to see what Guild stuff was left over because I got so much lovely merch from them.
You have some joggers, no?
I'm wearing some Guild joggers. They're just comfy. They just happen to have Guild on them. I think that's the key, right? Like you wear your G2 stuff, everything's so comfy. All the merch these orgs sell, they're really comfy. But yeah, we have got Guild here, BDS. This is the first time I've been able to see Guild live in RLCS since leaving the team. So I'm very excited to see them here and have a chance to cast them. But to go up against BDS, the Titans of Europe, #1 currently in points across the RLCS 21-22 season. This is a tough match for them to show themselves now with the CRR roster, whether they can be a top team contending with the best.
Shogun, the question is BDS form right now, all right? Coming off the last regional, a little bit of a slump towards the end. How would you rate BDS's form?
Oh, as we always knew, BDS, ever since they came in, useless online, fantastic at LAN. That's always been the case when it comes to BDS. I think this is a team that, obviously, on a more serious note, is always probably going to get beaten by the eventual tournament winners. They're just that sort of team. where they are only going to get taken down by the best. And I feel like I've seen this match. I've casted this particular matchup more than I've cast like almost all the games I cast since like season 4. All right, this is one of my most seen matchups going.
All right, well, predictions are up. Chat, feel free to join in. The hashtags are on screen. Guild or BDS, where does your allegiance lie? That's what we're trying to figure out.
Hashtag GLD.
Gregan, do I need to ask? Do I need to ask what your prediction is?
Hey, look, I'll
just put up Guild. Come on, just put it up.
You're gonna dazz him.
I don't actually believe Guild are gonna win. I think BDS are gonna win, but my heart wants Guild to win. You know that when you leave a team, you still want the team to do well. You know, I still feel like I want Vitality to do well, even though that was years ago. You know, still very connected with the players and everything. But I am a huge fan of BDS. I have been ever since the team started dominating in RLCSX. So I think BDS are in a very good spot here.
I don't know. You're trying to play both sides, I feel like. You know, you're trying to play both sides. Shogun, what about you? What is your prediction?
You know, I'm going to stick with one immediately. I think BDS take this one. Guild's just... this is a losing matchup for them typically, and I can't see it going much different here.
I'm saying BDS as well. I think they're gonna rock this. And we got a 69% nice coming in for BDS. Let's see if the desk is correct. Don't shake your head at me, okay? Don't shake your head at me, Chogan. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Orb. Well, here we go. Tiebreakers underway. We previously had Gibbs coming in to explain them. Now we are ready to play them out as BDS looking to avoid another defeat to Guild. They've been pretty rare, Gregan, but Guild, when they have got wins against BDS, they also have a tendency of going on to win the entire regional.
Yeah, we were the first team. I say we. I shouldn't say we anymore. I'm not in Guild anymore. But back when I was at Guild, we beat BDS twice in the same event to go on to win Regional 3 of the Spring Split. And that was unprecedented at the time. Beating BDS once was hard enough. But, you know, this Guild roster have got a similar effect to what Queso will be feeling. Coming in through that closed qualifier, you know, no one really knows how they play. Not much expectation. And here comes CRR coming in through the middle. Great bit of breakdown from Nolly and Devo. Simple touch off the corner, sets up the goal.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're expecting to see from Guild. But also very interesting because this is one of the first times that we've been able to see the developments made under Marky. He has been brought in, try and help out Guild. We'll see what he's been doing along with them. CRR, the newest member, opportunity, but Monkey Moon just sits around waiting on the goal line. This has been a very good start here from Guild, not backing down to the midfield pressure.
Yeah, I mean, any team that comes into a tournament where they've got nothing to lose is dangerous because confidence is such a big factor in Rocket League. Going into any challenge with the no fear to miss out on what you want is such a key mindset to have. And you can see it right now. They've got no fear. Like Nolly going up to try and block Monkey Moon there, no fear. But it does mean that Extra gets the free shot on net. No one able to follow that one up.
Yeah, Nolly just dove on in, couldn't get there in time. By the time it dropped back down, it was easy enough for Extra to turn on in. So there's BDS answering back. Did not require too much time in offense in order to find their first goal. Very curious, though, to see how we're going to have Guild deal with the pace that BDS like to settle into.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, BDS are one of the faster teams in Europe. They beat people in the air to the ball so frequently where it starts to make you question, do I even bother going? And that's exactly what happened with that first goal. You know, Monkey Moon was always going to beat Nolly to that interaction because he's so efficient up to it. So you start to question yourself, is it worth it? And that's when you start second guessing yourself against a team like BDS. They're just going to keep punishing you. But for now, the fearless nature of Guild is going to carry on as we see 1-1 early on here. Extra challenge near the goal line. Monkey Moon centers it. Marked by 8 does get challenged by both Nolly and Devo, and CRR comes in to clean up. On the back foot a bit here, BDS are just going to keep trying to send it back in, keep testing the water, but plenty of boost across the board for Guild.
Yeah, and this is a very important game as well for Guild because BDS have a little bit of a reputation, something that they have started to escape from in previous months, but have been known to be slow starters, dropping, at least the first game, even having a poor day one as CRR takes the shot across field. Extra has that covered the whole way. Another one, however. CRR, that's what we want to see from him. Happy to turn around, keep the pressure on, and add some extra layers to the offense and keep teams like BDS guessing on their goal line.
Yeah, and you can see the way that these two teams are rotating right now. It's very solid. You know, there's not too much in the way of overcommitting, which is sometimes the biggest downfall of BDS. They're not willing to take those risks to find a goal, and that leads to them being reliant on mistakes. And if you're playing against an informed team, that can lead you to have low-scoring games, and all it takes is one big play or one mistake, and the goal goes against you. So we do need to see a little bit more risk-taking from BDS at this stage of the tournament to make sure they can get through into that upper bracket.
Oh, CRR just a little bit out of position, and that's exactly where it'll cost you. Mark B8 taking control of the territory for BDS, and now just the match of outright pace does begin. Monkey Moon actually sees Devo over the top, and Devo wanted to take the shot. Could have been dangerous. A miss there from Nolly. The rest of his team's out of position. Have to scramble to make sure they got some sort of good challenge on the ball. Extra right far forward, chooses to play the ball back. Methodical, I think, is the best way to describe this from both teams, and that was a poor decision that has led to Guild going by one goal.
Yeah, lovely demo there from Nolly, just causing disruption. Monkey Moon touching it off the wall to himself, but when himself is gone, there is no one there to follow up the touch, and that allowed Nolly to come in and finish the ball. And that's where you've got to be so careful these days. The bump play is such a big part of everyone's rotation. Following through after making a play, you've got to take into consideration Monkey Moon not doing so there. Devo beating out Extra. It's going to be a shot opportunity for Nolly. Just a little bit too soft as Monkey Moon clears it away. 1 minute left.
Devo tries to just outpace Mark. Very difficult task to do, but something he's up to the challenge of doing. Here is Extra. Can't quite grab the ball on the first touch. First touch letting down BDS in this opening game. Been handing the ball straight over into a good challenge position from Guild majority of the time. Here's Nolly sticking around, wants to drop the ball back down. CRR's already way back. The sort of decision you make when you're up by a goal with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, very smart. That was, if he committed, he had to get the touch, and he decided instead it was better to rotate out. As we approach the final 20 seconds, very scrappy here from both teams. All it takes is a mistake, and we might see a goal going either way. Monkey Moon in the air, dangerous first touch, gets it into Devo, good clear away into the space. Mark not able to make anything of it, chips it center. CRR strong challenge as we see Monkey Moon solo play opportunity, and Nolly avoids the demo, sending that ball away. This is likely to go down here as CRR is close to the ball, and good defense at the end there. Very composed from Guild, strong in the challenge.
Yeah, I was really impressed there from Nolly. Just didn't panic, allowed the play to happen around him, and made sure that he was making himself relevant at all times. That was good enough to help Guild towards a 2-1 victory. Orb, we have other tiebreakers happening elsewhere, but what's going down at the moment, Bud?
That is right. We had Luminosity winning game 1 versus Williams Resolve, and they're currently up 2-0 in their game 2. And then K-Corp won 2-0 game 1 versus Storm Troopers. That's kind of where we're at. So less matches going on now. I feel like a little bit more relaxed and having to keep track of so many scores going on at the same time. But that's just the regional for you. That's just day 1. I mean, the result here, was this a big surprise to you guys?
I'm a bit surprised at how scrappy it is at the moment. I thought both these teams, given how deep we are in the day, might have found their rhythm a little bit more. But if it is scrappy, easy to say that this favors Guild a lot more than it would favor BDS.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Guild are coming in with nothing to lose, right? They're already exceeding expectations, being in this position to try and make it into the upper bracket. So they're going to be playing with full confidence. BDS have got everything to lose right here. And the way they were playing did look a little bit scared at times. They didn't seem to want to take risks. And Guild were just challenging them out of the game and punishing every situation where they could potentially get ahead. And solid start for Guild. I mean, the shots were so much in favor of Guild. Just showed you how many more opportunities they had.
I mean, so what does Guild have to keep doing in order to beat the BDS you're watching right now?
Solid challenge game.
There you go.
Solid challenge game. You know, they're winning interactions, they're winning 50s, they're making BDS commit to stuff that they're not really comfortable committing for. And as long as they keep doing that and not going for stuff that BDS are guaranteed to beat them in, then they're not going to overextend, and then that's where they can use their, I would say, probably superior creativity as a team to BDS when they're in that advantage position.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that actually from CRR. Nolly's been a little bit more subdued than we might be used to seeing him. It's always been the risk, though, from Guild. They have on occasion struggled to find the right level of a strategy to work their way. Nolly on occasion, you know, going for outplays when it's just better to go for a challenge. But he has been very disciplined in the opening exchanges of this series. Evo holds onto the midfield, waits, and gets the ball back down. Again, this is stuff that we're not used to seeing, though, from BDS. Just allowing a player to control the ball for multiple touches. Good challenge, though, from Extra, and Devo can't get there in time.
You summed it up perfectly about Nolly. Sometimes trying to go for the outplay when actually the challenge is all that's needed. He tried to beat Extra to that ball, send it over him. Extra knew it was coming and got the free shot on net. Got to see a little bit more carefulness in the third man position from Nolly in that example, but Extra just closing that down perfectly, taking away all angles and creating that counter opportunity. Mark beating out the player. CRR good to track back.
So 1-0 to BDS. Guild faced with the unenviable task of trying to break down this very stout BDS defense, and actually been struggling to get their own side of the field for now. Well played, though, holding somebody in the midfield. Gives them an extra option to try and escape CRR. Not the best first touch. Invites Monkey Moon on. Stays relevant. Not for long enough. Monkey Moon just warding everybody off. Flicks over the top. But there are the reinforcements there for Guild. It's been a difficult game to read here, Gregan, especially for players on the back line. A couple of whiffs as players go for the ball. Maybe not the cleanest of touches either. As a player, you know, sometimes you're just expecting the cleanest possible here, and when it's not quite that, it can throw you off.
Yeah, and it really takes away from the fundamentals that, you know, BDS really rely on, is the winning the challenge game, reading the play, and then punishing off the back of it. And if players are doing unpredictable touches due to errors, that's going to completely take away from it. And as you see here, CRR in a completely unorthodox position after a mistake from Monkey Moon. Great read from Devo to intercept that. Mark by just positioned a bit too far up as Guild level the scoreboard. BDS just struggling to take control of this ball, it seems.
And it also seems that they're struggling to keep track of where CRR is, because he has been the player to just loiter, either from defense to midfield or from midfield towards a goal-scoring opportunity. He has certainly made his intentions known. And Guild right back into this before BDS could start to settle down on that 1-goal lead. Extra wins the race for pace. Monkey Moon, nobody to aim for on that side of the field. Marked by 8 on the right-hand side as Extra dives on through. There's one player gone. Crucial touch from CRR. Lost that. That was going to leave almost nobody left for Guild to keep the ball out of their own net. Now off the ceiling, BDS starting to open up their play style as Guild stuck on their own goal line. Are they going to break down? No, Guild hold strong for the time being, and CRR gets the clear.
Yeah, just watching a few interactions there. I think there was a moment where Extra went for the block, and then there was no touch, a misread from Nolly, which allowed the ball to go in favor of Guild. And that's what's so key about these misses, is when a player is ready to challenge you and the player doesn't even hit it, that's when you start getting confused and maybe even working in favor of the opposition. So BDS just still struggling to get a read on what Guild are actually doing on every touch. And as that settles in, you know, of all the teams we can expect to step up and download their opponents, it's definitely BDS, as they seem to be heating up game by game here, finally stringing offensive phases together.
Oh, Mark Bay, crunches through the challenge, and somehow Devo keeps it out. Masterful from him. And now CRR looks to try and reward them. Sets up. Devo hits the post. That would have been a heroic sequence had he turned the ball in.
Beautiful there from CRR as well. You see how deceptive he was, saving his option till the final moment. Then he went for that 50-50, setting up Devo, but there was no angle for him, it seemed. That's why he sent it into the post. But right now, 1 minute left. Could go either way at this point. Both teams looking strong in offense, but equally holding out in the challenge game. It's going to be one of those games where a mistake could dictate whether there's a goal going in, as neither team looks to be opening up opportunities, opening up gaps in their rotation. CRR long clear away.
CRR might end up being that key player between these two teams. Again, here's the option downfield. Can't quite turn onto that ball. It's a miss from Devo as well, actually. Might have been called off. Who knows? Nolly in a good position off the backboard. There's the follow. CRR has been beaten. Now that leaves Extra 1-on-1 against Devo. Passes over, and Monkey Moon couldn't arrive in time. Again, Devo has to hold strong. forces Extra to choose a second option.
It's just the misses. They're going in favor of Guild over and over again. Like, we don't know whether they're calling off for it, whether it's intentional or not. But it seems to
we
be.
Don't know. I mean, BDS also don't know in these situations. You've got to read the game live. And for a team that likes to play as quick as this throws you off your rhythm so much.
Yeah, Chaos tends to go in favor of these close qualifier teams. They're used to playing in a scrappy game because that's the kind of matches we saw last weekend in the close qualifier. Whereas BDS, you know, they tend to make it through the upper brackets. They tend to go towards the final stages where they're playing against teams. They scrim all the time. They know the play style of, they know what to expect. And then like here, how do you read that? Devo's just missed the ball. CRR gets it for free.
And the question will be here is, do BDS now start to adapt to that, or do they just continue to sit back a little bit more, wait to see where the ball ends up going? Here's Nolly, went for the reset. Asked a lot of himself. Oh, that almost launched its way into CRR's car. And now with just under a minute played, Demo on the backfield might end up being crucial as Monkey Moon right back down. Devo wins the challenge, follows up. The Extra can't quite get there. It was off the post. And for the second time, Devo denied by the woodwork.
Yeah, something that Devo has started to struggle with over the years is his finishing. Just not quite able to find the net in those crucial moments. But that could be the difference maker. Shooting is such a fundamental part of Rocket League, and it's why some of these top teams, like Evil Geniuses, really struggle in the tense moments. They end up finding themselves double jumping at balls that if they just waited a moment longer, they could have finished off more clinically. I think definitely the rush of the play for Devo at times can lead him to make mistakes, as we see Monkey Moon punishing Devo. Slow to that ball there, marked by 8, sending that center. Extra high on the backboard, out of range of Devo. And that's an easy finish for Monkey Moon as he wins game 2, 2-1, but close series so far. Exceptional team play though from BDS, all 3 players getting involved.
All right, well, let's talk about team play a little bit more and bring in the third man on our team, Orb. What is happening elsewhere, lad? Who looks like they're in the good positions on these tiebreakers?
Listen, first of all, excellent segue. I mean, you are a natural shooter. It's like you've done this before. Is that true?
Listen, I don't care what Cole and Stumpy say about me behind my back. I know that I'm at least passable at this job.
Yeah. Well, listen, it is... we're looking at sweeps potentially here, is what I'm looking at. K-Corp won 3-0 in game number 2. Stormtroopers is now up by 1 in game 3. So we have a sweep potential there. And then Luminosity, Williams just scored. It's 3-2 currently. And Luminosity is on the verge of potentially sweeping. 11 seconds left in that matchup. So, I don't know. It kind of just goes through the theme of like the main broadcast matches. We go overtime, we go to game 5s, and we might have more sweeps coming up in the other tiebreakers. That's kind of where we're at. All right? Did BDS wake up? Is that what you guys are seeing here?
I think they're downloading. I think they're understanding what they're up against here. And that's part of the excitement in Europe, is you've got so many of these teams that have come through close qualifiers. Just 2 today, in fact, have made it into that upper bracket. Misfits and Evil Geniuses came through the close qualifier, went 3-0 in their groups. Guild trying to make it a three-peat, as we see them taking on BDS to make the #1 spot in the group. But they're so unpredictable. You know, these new teams, they're developing and changing very quickly. You know, Guild now as CRR is a whole different roster to what we saw with Bluey, a whole different roster to what we saw with Tho. These teams change a lot as they make roster moves, as they grow as individuals. So BDS now finally working out what they're up against. And I assume they're going to start getting better and better. This is where BDS shine, as they understand their opponents. For you, Shogun, what are you seeing from BDS that's different here now?
I think it's more of a case of slowing it down a little bit. They're less looking to outplay. They're more just looking to punish, because they are seeing those mistakes a little bit more, and they're just allowing themselves those options, the range of motion with the card, not diving on in. Just leaving the options available, because you've got to take a bunch of options into account, depending on whether or not it's going to be a clean hit or whether or not it ends up being a bit of a whiff. Main player, though, for me right now, Devo. He had an up and down previous game. He had some very good moments. He also had some moments where you just didn't quite know what you were getting from him off the backboard. Here's Extra. Good save from Nolly. Pre-jumps it. And he ends up getting the jackpot as the ball just ends up colliding with him.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. As the outplays become more effective, even when they're done badly, the floppy outplays become more effective if a player commits. And BDS right now aren't committing on as many of those situations that aren't threatening. And as they do that here with CRR is now overcommitting with his outplay attempt, opening up the opportunity for Mark by 8 to send it to the backboard. Misread from Nolly, extra punishing there by staying grounded. And that's exactly what they've got to do. Wait for the overcommit, play the 3v2, wait for the mistakes, and score the goal.
Oh, Nolly tries to make up for it by moving himself into this next stage of play. Devo on the chase. Devo of all players here, I need to see him in constant motion. His mistakes come when he's forced to stop moving and start thinking a little bit more about what he's got to do next. When he lets it take over, like he lets CRR take over here, you can get some magic.
Wow, look at the angle he reads there. Sends it into the top of the backboard as it rolls down, even dunking the defender. If there was any hope of a clear there, he cut it off. And that's the CRR magic. He's one of the strongest players in the off-season to find a new home. Guild take him on, and he's showing right now why he was picked up. And definitely the star player for this team when he's popping all cylinders, which is why we're seeing Nolly a little more reserved, right? He used to be the star player himself, but he's willing to give that space up to CRR. Sends it crossbar down and out. Oh, Kirsten.
That was the one. That was the easier of the two plays. That is the level, and we've mentioned it so many times. We'll continue to mention it probably until the end of the universe at this rate. Rocket League's so difficult to be consistent at, where you can score a goal like that and then miss the follow-up. Extra blast the ball, asks the question from Nolly. One each, though, in this game number 3. Winner of this one gets themselves 2 match points. Off the wall. Mark by 8 fakes that one, and Devo well covered. Helps out his teammate, but there's the shot. They can take shots anywhere. And eventually, Monkey Moon's got nothing else to do but make contact with the ball.
Good breakdown play by Mark. He sends that ball out off the 50-50. Extra able to take a shot. And yes, it was a fantastic save by CRR, but when you put shots on like that from Extra, no matter how good the save is, there's always going to be room to clean up, and that's what Monkey Moon does. So great breakdown again from BDS. They're working as a cohesive unit to find their goals, where it seems like Guild are relying on individual magic as they get that breakaway. Nolly sends it, CRR overcommit from BDS.
And that required so much guts from them. If that's a lost challenge, CRR's not going to be able to turn around in time. Full faith that Nolly was going to win that, which he did. 2 each. And BDS have struggled to maintain a lead every single time they grab one. Guild do answer back.
Just on that last goal, I want to bring up Devo. He made the assist before the assist. It's a hockey assist, is a term I want to use for it, because in the sport of hockey, the player before the player who passed it gets rewarded with an assist because it's so important to the goal. And that's what Devo did there. He disrupted that play, put it in a position where Nolly and CRR merely had to execute an infield pass into a shot.
Oh, Monkey Moon!
Shut me up, Monkey Moon, and score a beauty. Woo!
Look at that. That is filth. Monkey Moon, calm as you like, beautiful as you like, as deadly as you like. 3-2. Monkey Moon, reminding everybody who he is.
Monkey Moon, one of the most incredible players we've seen in the history of Rocket League. But as we said prior, this
Can we
team
compliment anybody for like more than 5 seconds?
This team cannot hold a lead as Nolly finds CRR again. The trust he has in that player to finish the ball off. He keeps putting it on a plate for him, and CRR sends it into the far post. Nobody present on BDS, and it completely ruins that Monkey Moon goal. He did so well to get them ahead, and it's taken away off the kickoff.
Oh, now Nolly's already up. Monkey Moon, good read. Just dove on in off that back post. And actually a double miss. CRR needs some help. It's just starting to get here. There's the shot. Follows Mark by 8. And well done by Guild to not have everybody jump on the first shot that came in. Still had options, and Monkey Moon, he's struggling. CRR is not. He's got 4 goals in 5 minutes.
Now, this one did seem intentional. Even if it wasn't intentional, it's genius as it takes Monkey Moon out of the play. CRR coming in and taking the shot. This is where faking is so important at the highest level. We saw Monkey Moon attempting it on the previous attack from BDS. Both these teams playing off of the chaos, trying to utilize it. Will we see BDS equalize here off the kickoff? It's dangerous. Devo alone gets demoed. Monkey Moon saved away by CRR, and Guild hold on. 30 seconds left.
Still dangerous though. Extra moves in. Hard to create from this position, but you know he'll try. Monkey Moon over to Extra. That's a good position for the ball to bounce. Marked by 8 comes on in, off the wall. Nolly up against Monkey Moon, and Monkey Moon crashes through the challenge. He's got a hat trick of his own.
Marked by 8 finds a dangerous spot on the backboard. Hard for Nolly to read, easy for Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon not only comes in and puts the shot on net, but he chooses an angle that covers any angle Nolly could hit. Makes it a 50-50 shot. The scores are level, 15 seconds left.
What a game. And we still need one more goal at least to decide it. There's Devo. Couldn't quite find the setup. Nobody else around. Monkey Moon clears long. It'll be up to him to try and chase and maybe give his team one more opportunity at this. Extra passes it down. That's only as far as CRR. Let's go to overtime. Let's see who's going to get these match points.
This is where the questions come in for these newer teams in the regionals. Can you clutch up against some of the most clutch teams in the world? BDS, experience. They're used to playing in finals against the best teams in the world. Where Guild, this is the most important match they've had in months. Can they come in clutch at the right moment? Who's it going to be? Will they make a major mistake? As we see this game, many goals going either way, but this goal the most important.
Yeah, and expect to see both these teams calm down. They were more than willing to engage in the chaos. Here's Monkey Moon. Puts it off the backboard. There's Marked by 8. He gets his first of the game. And that's BDS taking the overtime.
Monkey Moon sharing out some goals. He already had 3, didn't need to score another one. But Marked by 8 coming to clean up off of that. And you can see both CRR and Nolly just deceived by the fact that that shot wasn't taken. You know, Monkey Moon had an open net and missed it high, but Marked by 8 did come in and finish it off. BDS taking that 5-4 slugfest. What a game.
Yeah, Orb, is it a little bit calmer elsewhere, mate? I need to not talk for like 20 seconds at least.
I just want to say I love the back and forth of like 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. It's like no team wants to lay down and they're just fighting tooth and nail until the very end, which once again falls very much on the script of what we have for the mainstream. Now, Luminosity officially swept Williams, obviously when it mattered the very most in their tiebreaker, so congratulations to them. Stormtroopers was holding, they won their game, what would that be? They won their game 3, currently in game 4. They were holding a lead for quite some time. Now, with some 1 minute, 20 seconds ago, it is currently tied. So we could potentially see a game 5 there coming in from Stormtroopers versus Carmine. But I mean, BDS winning this versus Guild, you guys talked about CRR there. There was a stat mentioned by production. CRR tying his personal record in RLCS for goals scored in a game. Even though they lost that game, is he carrying Guild right now?
I feel like something more important is happening right now, which is when you bring in these players, you want to see them perform under pressure. Because this is a pressure that CRR not used to. And you need to be able to know, all right, we know you can do this in our scrims. You know, we knew you could do it when we were scouting you. Can you do it up against the best teams in the world? CRR is proving that. I like what I've seen from him. Obviously, there's the chaos. We've got the chaos all the way through this. But CRR definitely proving that he's a talent, and he's a talent worth following.
Yeah, and rightfully so. He's found himself on a new team. He was looking to find a place where he could really accelerate his career. And I think that's something a lot of these top young players in Europe have got to be looking at. You know, we see many teams right now with one player who stands out, and you've got to ask yourself, are you going to do that on your current team, or do you need to switch it up? Do you find a new home? Or are you going to just think, I'll wait for my right moment? And I guess CRR is one of those people who took the risk, went to a new home, and it takes some time. You know, new rosters take time to form. I think Stormtroopers, another game going on right now. Dead Monster is a player who's been waiting for that right moment to come through. And he's got himself Ocelon and Tho, who are both very experienced players. Is that going to be his home to shine? We shall see. But right now, BDS just needs to take this game. A CRR on the goal line, smart by Marked by 8, going for top corner as opposed to power, as it was very hard to defend.
Yeah, CRR just needed to keep Monkey Moon in mind. He didn't want to be too easy for the bump. And that just left him no angle to push the ball away from the goal. So difficult position to be in. And that has put BDS in the driver's seat of this potentially series-deciding game.
Mark,
Guys, I don't want to interrupt you guys, but Stormtroopers now, they're forcing a game 5.
Of course they
exciting.
are. Of course they are.
Of course.
Wait, how's that going? Kami getting...
That'd be reverse sweep,
getting reverse swept again?
Potentially. CRR.
Not conceding a single goal in the opening 2. Kami, the last thing Kami wanted at the moment is to go 2-0 up in a series.
And then, of course, if any of you guys are fans of either Stormtroopers or Carmine Corp, go and check out their team streams. Or for BDS and Guild, be sure to go check out and get involved in the communities. I know the communities on these team streams are amazing. The chants you get in the chats, do get involved, as we'll be seeing some more after this when we go into the first round of the playoffs. But for now, we are here watching BDS versus Guild. Guild trying to make a massive statement in their first regional since the pickup of CRR. BDS just trying to get an easier run through that upper bracket, as it will make such a difference to their journey tomorrow.
Oh, Nolly tries to take over. It's not the best first touch, actually, from Monkey Moon, but as always, right positioning from the rest of the team. CRR with time did not even hesitate when he saw Monkey Moon around, realized that that was going to be a fake challenge, and actually might be able to turn around. Or did not slide into the right path for him. As dangerous as always. CRR always late on the rotation back, but there's a reason for it. He's always so dangerous off the backboard. Marked by 8 scoops the ball away from danger.
Yeah, Marked by 8 really the difference maker now for BDS in their performance. He's one of those players who, when he's rushing, can often put a lot of strain on the team. And he seems to be in a much calmer spot here in game 4. When they struggled against Queso and Dignitas, it did come a lot of the time from Marked by 8 trying to go faster than his team was ready to perform. Obviously, a slower paced team like Guild compared to Dignitas and Queso, you can get away with it a bit more. But this is something he needs to take into tomorrow, maybe later as well. Just needs to stay a bit more patient, wait for the right moment to attack, and be willing to fake and force challenge a bit more.
Now, this is probably the sort of game where I would imagine Mark Bay might be the most frustrated of everybody on BDS, because he likes to set the pace. He likes to be the one to keep the pressure on. And when it has been this difficult to read and maintain pace, it's him that has to now maintain discipline to switch up what he's doing. Monkey Moon, that will go under the category of dangerous, but worked out well.
Oh, that's over extra. Nolly off the backboard.
Evo actually had time. Mark by 8 waits for his opportunity. Now Mark by 8 caught in yet again after his teammate got bumped. Nolly, nobody around. Stevo is turning. He's turning. He's there. But he had a hesitation. And he ended up getting there in a very, very awkward spot with his car half turned.
Oh,
Extra
opportunity.
from CRR. He goes underneath. He's turned it in. CRR has pulled off some masterful work.
Not only is he able to fake out the line defender in Monkey Moon, but he takes Mark by out of the game as he came rushing back in defense, trying to block that shot. The control and patience by CRR there to equalize the scoreline.
This is brilliant.
CRR has really shown the world right now why he is a player we need to be watching. We haven't had a chance to see him before today on the RLCS stream under this Guild banner, but he's really making a statement right now. But it's 1-1. Can Guild get ahead to take us to game 5, or will BDS continue to remain clinical and get it in for 30 seconds?
Here's Monkey Moon with extra in the midfield. He's gone for it. Ends up whiffing. Oh, no goal. And Devo is the culprit.
We spoke about the chaos of missing working in favor of Guild so much, and you just see it there. Extra missing. Devo not expecting it. Sends it below the final defender. That's an own goal there from Devo. He's going to wish he could take back, but BDS playing into that missed culture. And now we're going to have to see an equalizer. It's going to be tough. And another one. Another one.
It's just gone downhill at the worst possible moment. CRR belly flops onto the ball. It drops down beautifully for Monkey Moon. And Guild, in the final few moments, have made the mistakes, and they've been punished for them. Saw the danger of just going right into your goal on a rotation for the Devo goal, as that almost was another one extra. dives on in. We're going to see anything out of this game. We need a goal right here from CRR. Devo moves in. Shot is was at least near on target. Might have been on the post. But it looks like this is going to be it. So, BDS take the win in a very, very difficult series. But they have done the job that they needed to do.
Yeah, and of course, this was to decide who made it into the upper bracket versus the lower bracket run that is so, so tough in this format. But BDS are going to be relieved. They've guaranteed top 6 now. They're going to be facing off against, I believe, Evil Geniuses, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow. No, they'll be facing off against Queso. I lie. Evil Geniuses versus Misfits on the other side. But that does leave Guild now in the lower bracket, where they're going to have to go through the gauntlet of several teams to get even a chance to face off against BDS again for that revenge.
I mean, that own goal, when something like that happens, yes. I mean, when something like that happens in this situation where the game is very close, both score-wise and opportunities, it's gotta sting. I mean, that's gotta mess with the whole
I'll
team's
tell you right now,
game.
Extra is not getting a Christmas card from Devo. Like, Extra has done Devo no favors by putting him through that.
Yeah, that was a very chaotic game. Lots of misses or intentional misses, fakes all over the place. And it worked in favor of both teams, you know. We saw BDS utilizing it at various moments. Monkey Moon, I remember distinctly at one point, jumping for a ball on zero boost that there was no way he could get. So we're now seeing Stormtroopers versus Carmine Corp. The winner of this will be going on to face Guild in the lower bracket tomorrow. But Carmine Corp looking in favor, 2-1 up. Stormtroopers got to try and find a goal in these last moments.
Yeah, Stormtroopers as well, trying to hand Carmine Corp their second reverse sweep loss on the day. It's becoming a little bit of a habit recently. I feel like last weekend we started to set a precedent for it in the best of sevens over in North America. Now we're just getting an awful lot of these. As we see this bounce down, that's dangerous, actually. Stormtroopers, they're trying for it off the backboard. Need to keep this one alive. And that's going to do it against them. There we go. Carmine Corp have survived. And they'll stay in the tournament.
Very well played.
All right,
very well played.
There you have it. Stormtroopers, in the end, not being able to... I mean, the reverse sweep could have happened. That's what we could have seen. We could have seen them do the amazing feat. Are you guys tired yet? Are you guys down with a little bit more? How you guys feeling?
I'll go and get an actual warm coffee. This one went really cold on me very quickly, and it's been horrid.
You're like, please end the game. I need more caffeine.
So that was some good tiebreakers there, and I think both Stormtroopers and Carmine Corp getting the results probably deserve, right? Stormtroopers, a good first showing for them as a team in this RLCS, but Carmine Corp really should be making top 3 in these groups, so they'll be just relieved now that they can go onto that lower bracket and start to get some wins and gain those much needed points.
All right, well, we're gonna let Shogun get another coffee, get him energized, get him ready. Greg, you were good, right? You were good?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Buzzing.
Gregan is good. Okay, listen, we have one more match to do. It is going to be our final lower bracket. Well, it's going to be lower bracket round 1, and that's happening right after this break. So please, sit tight. We'll be right back. More Rocket League coming your way.
feel this time. Choke my neck and I just wonder why. I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy. A suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist. I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
All right, welcome back, Rocket League fans. We have yet again returned, this time for round 1 of the lower bracket. This is going to be the final thing that we're doing today, and there's going to be 4 different matchups going on at the very same time. Obviously, we can only cover one of them, so we once again want to push for you guys to please check out the team streams. If you guys missed any of the action or just need a rehash of what happened, let's take a look at the group results leading us into the bracket that we have now. Gregan, anything you got to say about any of these groups? Surprises, something that was already set in stone, etc., etc. Take it away.
I mean, again, so many surprises across the board. I think having both Misfits and EG making it in as number 1 seed from their groups has really thrown off the lower bracket, and we're going to be seeing a very tough group of 4 in the lower bracket. Endpoint, Luminosity, Dignitas, and Na'Vi. Only one of them will proceed to the top 6. And that is due to those upsets in the group stages from Evil Geniuses and Misfits.
Shogun, looking at the lower round ones here, which is going to be the toughest matchup?
Okay. I'm gonna go Endpoint Luminosity. I feel that's the one that I feel like is probably the closest overall, and a huge match that Luminosity needs because they've been hyped up coming in. Everybody was expecting them to, take this entire split by storm. Last time they did get kind of caught out by facing Dignitas so early, but this one there's no really excuse. If they end up losing this to Endpoint, it's because they lost to Guild earlier on. So this one would just be a little bit more on them.
Shogun, I actually think you're going to be incorrect. I don't think that's going to be the toughest matchup. I think it's going to be Dig versus Na'Vi, and that is only based on the fact that this is the game that we're going to show on the mainstream. And if we look at, once again, the track record of today, all the game 5s, all the overtimes has really gone down right here on the mainstream. So we'll see. We'll see, Shogun, if you're correct or not. Gregan, looking at these 2 teams, okay? Na'Vi versus Dignitas. I'm assuming you're leaning Dignitas in this one?
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi had a bit of a rough one in their first regional this split. One of these newer teams coming in that have a lot of potential, and they just had a lot of technical issues. I think Virtuoso was really struggling with his internet, whereas they've had a lot more control over that this time. So it's a chance for them to prove themselves properly. And what better way to challenge yourself than against Dignitas, who had an amazing lower bracket run last event. They're going to be starting off strong now and really pushing to make that same journey to the final they did before.
Let's go ahead and start our prediction. Chat, feel free to chime in. The hashtags are on screen. Na'Vi versus Dig. Who do you think is going to be the victor when it's all said and done? Shogun, I'm going to give this one to you first. Which team will win?
We already know. I've spent literally this entire broadcast talking up how good I think Dignitas are. It makes no sense for me to go against them right now. I've got Dignitas here, but I really want to see what Na'Vi can do. I feel like they were obviously hard done to by the internet issues that they had last time around. I really want Na'Vi to put up a good showing.
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
You've got to look at these teams like Na'Vi, though. These are the wild cards. They come in, no one really knows what to expect out of them. You've got 3 players that have probably played 15 different play styles in the last few years because they're just trying to find out what it is they need to do, especially someone like Virtuoso. He was known for his demo play back in the day, and he's completely changed up the way he plays now. So it's going to be unexpected here for Dig, but I'm going to have to go with Dig because they are just 3 superior players who know how they want to play. We saw how great Jack was earlier on. They shouldn't be losing this, and if they are, that's big concerns for the consistency of this team, which we haven't had concerns for before.
I'm going to go with you guys on the Dig prediction here, but it would be nice to see Na'Vi win this. I think you guys mentioned already the internet issues that they had in the previous region.
Oh, that's
devastating.
Brutal.
Oh my God.
Yo, that's the most I've ever seen.
Honestly, I've never seen that before. That's incredible.
We could have put NRG up against an open qualifier team, and I don't think it would have been like that. That is...
Shogun, we talked earlier. We talked earlier about like you always say 3-1 and not 3-0 because you don't want to be,
That's a 4-0 and it's a best of 5.
Yeah.
This is just the game is already over.
My goodness.
All right, well.
Here we go.
I'm kind of rooting for Na'Vi now.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, Dignitas aren't just the better team in terms of their ability, but, they're one of the most popular teams in Europe with Scrub, apparently Jack, having huge numbers on content. So they do tend to do well in the fan votes just on that alone. But I do think it's fair to say this is one of those games that just shouldn't be going any other way than a 3-0 to Dig. But Rocket League is a chaotic game, so maybe we'll see it change.
Yeah, and just how well have Dignitas done? For the longest time, they have been up against it when it comes to rebuilding the squad. And they have done great work of it. And look who is still getting the setups. Apparently, Jack can't do it any better.
I've never seen that before, what Jack just did. That was amazing. He got in front of the ball and did like a power slide on the wall to send it down to Jorius. And then somehow Jorius was in the right position to read it. That's the more impressive part of that play there. As we see the first goal going in favor of Dignitas. I don't even think there's concern if they concede. You know, these guys will be able to score several goals on Na'Vi in any given 5-minute game. So do watch out for the firepower. We're going to see some beautiful goals here from Dig.
I really want to see a compilation of the work that Jack does when he gets the ball in the corner. Like, a position like we're seeing Jorius in right now. Instead, Jack takes the shot for himself. But that was a position when we were getting started, you know, even up to Season 4, maybe even up to DreamHack Montreal. We considered, all right, you got the ball in the corner. There's no options there for you. Just play as you can. And it turns out, when you're apparently Jack, you have nothing but options.
Sends it to himself off the wall. Wave dashes on the wall to be able to recover faster. And not only does he get the air dribble after his dodge, but he gets the bump on one of the best 1v1 players in this tournament. Not able to hold him out. Apparently, Jack getting the second goal for Dignitas here.
This is beyond what we were discussing earlier regarding a player stepping up on Dignitas. This is just stepping up to a whole other level. Apparently, Jack is world class today. As we are going to see off the backboard, Tigray, one more opportunity, couldn't get the ball back down. Now Jorius off the musty. Didn't quite find the power that he was after. But Dignitas, those comms have got to be so positive at the moment.
Yeah, they just seem to be having fun this game. You know, that's the advantage this team has. They don't get tense when they're up against teams they should beat. They go in and they just have fun. As you can see, Jorius reading it off the corner, so relaxed as a team, goes the whole distance himself, sets up the pinch in the wall and reads it off the bounce. You know, these guys can 1v3 over and over again against this Na'Vi team, so expect some beautiful goals.
Yeah, it was a bit casual there as well from Tigray, who himself very storied of his RLCS career. And before we moved over to the open format, virtuoso as well. Trying to re-establish himself after moving away from Endpoint. Was one of the most talked about players that we had in the Season X. I'd like to maintain it as well. Apparently Jack far too quick. Jorius, is he going to go for net? Did have Scrub Killer over there as well, but the zero boost meant that he couldn't get the ball. We couldn't get the car back around the ball. Now apparently Jack, with Scrub, just puts it to the side, makes life a little bit more awkward. This actually could go the entire way, and it has!
Oh, nice little solo play. Sends it to himself, takes over Scrub. Unpredictable. Jorius just didn't want to challenge too early in case he had the dodge. And takes it under Jorius and then also under Jack as well. Luis P with some interesting wheels. I don't think I've seen these wheels being used before. The little, the very thin, spindly ones. Looks very unusual in his car, but he is a very good 1v1 player. That's what I was going to get to say. He's one of the better 1v1 players we've seen in the scene. Waiting for his chance to find the right threes team for himself. And that's, you know, you got inspirations on the field like Jack and Jorius and Scrub even, who've come up through the 1v1 scene and made a name in threes off the back of it. Luis P is just waiting for that team that he suits and fits well in, and he can utilize those 1v1 skills. As he gets the first goal for Na'Vi. He's going to go for a solo play here off the sidewall. Not quite able to get the flip reset. Dignitas gain back control.
Yeah, it's another example of nothing to lose, really. An opportunity to showcase what you're capable of doing, both individually and as a team. There's a good setup, though. Scrub Killer out of boost. Jorius calls off, apparently, Jack. And we do see yet another attempt at the 1v1. We're getting a lot of estate just coming out from those dribble plays at midfield, going very well for Louis P.
Yeah, well, as soon as he recognizes he's got a bit of space, he looks to slow down the play, draw in a player, take him out, but it's going to be tough to take out multiple Dignitas players back to back to back. They line up very well as a three, supporting each other. You know, a lot of experience in that 2v2 environment where it's so key to be able to force challenges, force the ball to a teammate who's behind you. As we see Scrub, as you get the flip reset here off the back wall. Doesn't use it. Joria is now trying to continue that play, being very risky in his creativeness off the side wall. that's it. Dignitas trust their mechanics. They feel comfortable as the third person moving forward to take on those solo plays.
Virtuoso looked for the ceiling pinch. Actually did a fairly good job of it. It's the midfield at least temporarily under control for his team. Scrub Killer, once again, 0 boost. If there's anything that Na'Vi have been doing well, it's at least maintaining some sort of boost control. Also able to settle down in the second half of this game, but has it got away from them? It's a little bit too early. Virtuoso tries to recover the play. Still going here, actually, but now with support from Tigray. Apparently Jack underneath the challenge. Needed the support as well, but there's the infield over to Jorius. We're going to go coast to coast now. Very quickly as well from Na'Vi if they want to try and make a game of this.
They've settled in though now. They've found their feet in the series. I think Dignitas just came out too hot and were just able to outplay them with their superior mechanics. And now that they've realized, actually, we can just challenge this. If we cut it off early, it takes away the ability for these guys to style on us. So maybe Na'Vi coming in stronger into this next series with the way they finished there. But at the end of the day, Dignitas just had so many opportunities to score, so many opportunities to create goals. And that's where they took that series 3-1. What else is going on right now, Orb? Any other interesting results? Any interesting first games?
Absolutely. We have Endpoint versus Luminosity. They won, let's see, Luminosity won game 1, 3-2. Carmine versus Guild, that ended 3-2 in game 1 to Carmine. And currently we have Semper versus Zero Nation, 2-0 in their game 1 with a minute left. And let's see, yeah, they're 2 minutes in, Carmine and Guild, and it is goalless in their game 2.
Yeah, Carmine need to lose that. We've seen what happens when they take the 2-0 lead in matches today. That's just, a little bit of oh no, I missed it off the backboard. I think would work out just brilliantly.
Yeah, and I think the other big story, we haven't really spoken much about them, is Semper. They didn't have a very good first regional. They really need to step up now and try and get a big result in one of these events. One of our major representatives, they came top 4 at the full major, and here they are struggling through the lower bracket once again. They need to go far.
Did you see the fall major for Semper as a lucky turnaround for them, or essentially a one-off?
I don't think you could say it's a one-off. I think they earned their spot there by consistency, and they really performed well under the team environment at LAN. They started to work really well together. I think they kept speaking about teamwork being such a fundamental factor for them there. They are currently on boot camp, which hopefully they'll get that same effect through that boot camp vibe that they got when they were at the major, and we'll see them playing a lot more solid in this event.
Can also always be that just moment where we have seen a lot of teams, and I'm not necessarily accusing these guys of it because it's hard to tell unless we get a couple of months down the line, but some teams peak and they get there, they have their moment, and then we don't see it again from them. Semper clearly realizing that the first result wasn't the one they wanted, immediately right back to work, get themselves back on the boot camp. I love that. Just don't allow it to just be, okay, it'll just work itself out. Take it into your own hands. That's what they're trying to do down in that lower bracket against 0-0 Nation. Jorius to apparently Jack. Went very, very athletic with the first touch, and Scrub Killer playing back through his own corner. Actually might be able to go the entire way with this. First touch didn't set him up too well, but he can still take the challenge. Tigray is also dancing around as many players as he can. This is where Dignitas going to do their best work, trying to lock down in the midfield. But one thing I just noticed there, actually, Gregan, is how slow Tigray was to go back, because he was at that back line taking both of the 100 boosts.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big difference for Dignitas is they rotate back so fast. But in this situation, it doesn't matter how fast you rotate, but if you're slow to that ball, then you're always going to be beaten, as we see Luis coming in so fast in the midfield there, beating out the final defender. And I don't know who it was on the wall. It might have been Tigray, it might have been Bert, beating out Jorius to that slow play off the wall. I think Dignitas are not respecting the challenge game here of Na'Vi. Na'Vi coming in with lots of momentum. Dignitas playing for the slow, flip reset solo plays, getting dunked on and putting themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, even one of the players, actually, if I'm going to call out how good he was earlier, apparently Jack has been overplaying some situations where just a clean hit would have potentially been better for his team. Drops it down here to Jorius, unchallenged for the longest time. Now Scrub Killer off the backboard. Luis,
oh, here we go.
all by himself, and Scrub Killer quick reminder of what he's capable of doing. Couldn't put that one in. But apparently, Jack, that is so quick, so clean, and so difficult to stop.
That's what we needed. We needed some more zippy plays here from Dignitas. We saw from Scrub, up fast, backboard double tap with a flip reset, so fast, forcing the defense to scramble. And after that scramble, Jack coming in, gets that ball to roll down the backboard and reads it himself. The speed of those plays was what made them dangerous. Na'Vi looked scrambled, couldn't defend it. And that's the Dignitas we need to see.
Na'Vi, that is the danger you have against Dignitas there. It's going to be some plays that you look at and realize there wasn't much you could do to stop it. Maybe some clairvoyance, maybe seeing 10 seconds into the future. But outside of that, you are just going to have to sit there and watch. As apparently Jack puts in a worldie of a goal. Here is apparently Jack yet again. Tell IT great. Demo starting to move in though. Apparently Jack stays around. Good clear, and actually it's past Jorius, who gives up on the initial touch quick enough that he can recover it.
Oh, the wall dash. Great use of the wall dash
That change of
there.
pace just throws you off, even if it's a small amount. As a defender, you're just not expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to call out every wall dash that happens in Rocket League now. You know, it's very common, especially in North America. We've seen a lot of the players out there doing it. But in that situation just there from Jorius, like, they knew he was low on boost. They knew he was on about 20, 30 boosts because they'd seen it. Again, here's Scrub. They know he's on low boost, and he gets to the ball faster! Scrub killer! Double wall dash into a boom. 0 boost. It doesn't matter. He finds the goal.
Look at the respect he was given the entire way. Chips the goalkeeper 2-1. And sometimes you need to go for the challenge. That was one of them. Dignitas 2, Na'Vi 1. Minute and 30 left on the clock.
If you need a better example of why wall dashes are so dangerous, that is exactly it. These guys know when their opponents are on low boost, and in those situations, they wait for them to make the mistake, and that's when you can punish them as Jack comes in off the corner, punishes them here once again. Dignitas are feeling it now.
Oh, and that's not the first time either that Na'Vi just looks so unhappy with playing the ball off the backboard. It's not these high, you know, right up there, going for the aerial touches that they've been missing. It's stuff like that we just saw. Low bounces that they're just not in the right position to deal with. Na'Vi do need to clean that up.
Jack alone at the back there. Those are the kind of situations that you've really got to find yourself being a mechanical player to intercept. You know, Jack was alone for a good few seconds and trusted his ability to beat the player to the ball, which would take up the time needed. We see a lot of less mechanical players left alone. They can't trust themselves to beat the opponents to the ball, and so they'll just wait until the mistake comes out and maybe get scored on.
And here's Luis trying to set something up, but Jack plays the reverse card. Almost set up his teammate to go across the field. Although this is where the best work's been done, and apparently Jack fully aware of that now. Happy to challenge significantly earlier. The respect now earned for the dribble plays. But 3-1 is going to be a very difficult task to get this one back. As apparently Jack again sets up. And we're going to go into this in more detail in just a second, Gregan. But I want to just see the way he's setting this up, because the first touch is in a position that the defender can never get to in their right mind. It's so wide, and he still creates plays from it. You just have to sit there and wait and hope that you're in a good position to deal with the shot.
The complexity of the mechanics he's pulling out is some of the most amazing mechanical plays I've seen in Rocket League in a long time. You know, Jorius gets all that credit for the way he played, in particular at the 4 major, and the mechanics he was pulling off. But Jack is utilizing the zeroing of his gravity with the dodge, his air roll, the way he's connecting with the ball, the boost, everything he's using so beautifully and smoothly that honestly, I'm just watching his point of view right now, and I'm just blown away by what I'm looking at. It's unreal.
Right, well, Orb, we've talked a lot about Jack. What's happening elsewhere? Who is on the verge of continuing on, and who is teetering on the edge of elimination?
Well, Dig is putting in work for sure. We have Endpoint responding strong in their game 2. They've just tied it up, winning versus Luminosity 2-1. Gale won their second game. They are currently, they're currently up 1 with some 90 seconds still to go. And then we have Semper having a tough time against Sirius Nation. They're down 1. I think they're about to be down 2 goals. 22 seconds to go. They need to score twice to just tie it up. So tough run for Semper.
Have we switched this? Have we now got all of the really, really difficult games happening away from us right now?
I think
Listen, that just means that maybe your prediction was right, Shogun.
I mean,
you were right all along.
91% is ridiculous from you at home, but Dignitas are currently holding up their own end of the bargain. And this has been, this is obviously day 1 of the Premier Cup. We could rename it to the Apparently Jack Show. It has mostly been about him today, Gregan.
It has. I mean, this is the kind of thing we want to see from this team. We've seen Joriez play like one of the best players in the world. We know Scrub has it in him to be one of the most clutch players in the world. Historically, a world champion player, He's finding himself in a comfortable position on a team that he trusts. But it was always Jack that we questioned, especially when the pressure was on. What's he capable of? And I think today he's really shown what his peak can look like. And the more we see that peak, the more we see Joriez peaking, this is a team that could be the best in the world, as apparently Jack snipes that bottom corner off the breakdown play. Made it look so simple, so easy. It's just beautiful.
This is the worst part here, Greg. I saw that. It was a fantastic shot. Could not be placed better. And I was kind of disappointed. Just after everything else I've seen, I was a little bit disappointed by perfect placement on a shot. He has set the standard exceptionally high. And for Na'Vi, they are the ones that have got to deal with this. They're the ones that have got to find the reverse sweep.
Just so much control in the decisions they're making. Now, we talk about the flair of these players and what they're capable of. But the real challenge of a top player, we're talking like your Monkey Moons, your Justins, your Daniels now in North America, these players who are able to simplify their mechanics down at the right moment and do the low boost, low momentum decisions that, most other players would try and overcomplicate. That's when you really start to see a world champion player. And that's what that shot was right there. It was the right thing to do in that situation. It was the simplest option.
Right, well, switching this over for the time being as well, because obviously we have rightfully been bigging up what we've been seeing from Dignitas. Na'Vi, they came into this one huge underdogs. We didn't get to see much of them last week. How are you feeling about them? What are the positives that we're getting out of this squad?
I mean, they look solid.
Oh, there you go. That's a shot.
They look very solid, and I think that's the real interesting spot for these teams coming through the closed qualifier. They need to make it as often as possible. There is a bit of a battle at the bottom for these teams, not only to make it into the regionals, but to get out of that 16th, 17th spot, so you auto-qualify into the closed qualifiers. So they'll all be fighting for those points, so they don't have to go through the open system as often. And so every win right now matters for these guys. But the way they're playing, it is good, but Europe has just got so many dangerous teams that Na'Vi are going to find themselves the underdog very frequently, as they just don't seem to have that X factor that can create goals out of their good challenge game.
Oh, looking to go low. Apparently Jack did get a good challenge. Here goes Jorius. Look for the top corner. 2 players needed. It is somehow kept out. You mentioned that open and closed qualifier. Turned into some of my favorite tournaments in the entire circuit, especially for Europe. Yeah, all of the team broadcasts happening like we do have today, but it's just that something extra. All those teams desperate to make it to the main events. Be able to take on teams like this to have their own opportunity. As we've seen, Europe more than capable of producing winners as well from that open and closed bracket tournaments.
Yeah, there's so many quality teams not making it each event just because of how dangerous that closed qualifier is. Guild almost beating BDS earlier, and yet they weren't able to make it last event through that closed qualifier. And this event, we've got Heroics, with Yukio, Oli, and Violent Panda. And if you said those 3 players, you'd think, oh, they're guaranteed to be in the top 16. But not here in Europe, not with so many new teams like Na'Vi coming through, like teams like Queso, right? Like, imagine having to face Queso in a closed qualifier and then seeing them go on to win a tournament, and you think, hang on, that was one of our games to qualify for the event. We had to beat that team. And at this event, we've got Evil Geniuses and Misfits who've won their groups out coming through the closed qualifiers as Joriez finds a small gap. Again, the fundamentals strong from Dignitas. Scrub Killer leaving that ball forcing the weak clear, and Jorio's coming in and cleaning it up.
Yeah, that one looked frustrated by Virtuoso. It was not the best clear, ends up hitting the ceiling, which is one of the biggest no-nos when you're trying to clear the ball off your own backboard. Always just drops the ball in front of your own goal. Here's Jorius yet again. Virtuoso dealing with that one a little bit better, but still, look at how many different ways Dignitas have got of putting the ball into your side of the field. As we are ticking away, 45 seconds left here before the 3-0 is secured for Dignitas. Winner of this one is taking on either Endpoint or Luminosity in the next round. And it looks secured at this point. Dignitas dominating their opponents and breezing on through to that lower round 2.
Clean strike there by Jorius. And just prior to that, I think it was Scrub who was just willing to lose an interaction behind him. Something Dignitas do so well, this is something you guys at home can learn from, is when you're going into an interaction, we all have a tendency to try and win that challenge, try and force it into your opponent's half, gain the territory. But actually, your teammates are often behind you, to the side of you. And so one thing Dignitas are willing to do is just let that ball get beaten. Get beaten to the challenge and let that ball go behind them, go towards a teammate and gain strong possessions. We've seen it with both goals now in the final few minutes. And this is going to be a Dignitas win here. 3-0 sweep, 3-0 in the final game here. Apparently Jack really showing up today. Will he carry on doing that tomorrow as they have to take on the lower bracket as they did in the first regional? Na'Vi, fantastic performance from them, but just finding the hardest opponent in that lower bracket in the first round.
Yeah, Na'Vi did some really solid work. They took the 3-0 win against Cooks' Minions, but this is as far as their road shall travel. Dignitas win, and they move on. Like I mentioned, either Endpoint or Luminosity waiting for them in that next round. Or which team is it looking more likely to be?
Well, right now we have Endpoint 1-2 versus Luminosity. So Luminosity taking the lead in the series 2-1. They are currently up 1-0, and that would be game 4 just started. Gale 1-2-0 in their game 3 versus K-Corp, and they are currently 1-2. Make sure I'm right on this. No, it's actually 2-2, currently in game number 4. And then finally we have Zero Nation versus Semper. It was looking to be a pretty clear sweep for Zero Nation, but right now Semper has responded accordingly, and it's 3-2 right now. And I think we're going to show that match right there. Semper versus Zero Nation. Greg, and you talked about Semper earlier. Were they the favorite to beat 0-0 here?
Oh, 100%. I think Semper, we're waiting for them to wake up in this new format. You know, they did very well in the Swiss format. A solid team that's consistent and reliable in the way they play, works well in the Swiss format. But when it comes down to this knockout style, you know, they need to find a way to take risks and perform under pressure. And I think right here, this is an example of it. You know, they're playing against a team that's scored 3 goals against them. And when you in the other games, they conceded a lot of goals as well, I believe, right? It was 4 goals and 2 goals. You cannot play in a format like this, conceding that many goals and not playing in a risky enough play style. You know, Semper rely on solid defense, solid rotations. They're conceding far too many goals right now.
Well, there is a lot going on. Many matches going on at the same time. We do want to push again for the team streams, as we can't show all the matches, but obviously now since our series is over, we'll try to flick through as the games are getting closer. Some 30 seconds left here. It's on Semper to try to tie this one out. Do they have what it takes, Shogun? Do you think?
Oh, as always,
you got 20 seconds. You got 20 seconds.
I mean, this is not looking good at the moment. They're not in the right side of the field. You've still got Breezy setting up. And this is actually looking very, very composed from 0-0 Nation. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, that's the clear you want to see as well. It's on the floor. And that's done it. So Semper are gone.
A fair play to 0-0 Nation as well. You know, 3 players we've been watching for a while. Flame making it to Season 8 Worlds, doing well there. I think they came top 6, was it, Veloce? Back then, you know, he's been there or thereabouts in the scene. He's a very solid player, and he's got 2 young, up-and-coming mechanical players in Hibbs and Breezy. So they do have a big ceiling on them that they can reach, but they do struggle a little bit with consistency. They did not perform at all well in the first regional. I think they went 0-9, if I recall correctly. I will just check that for you. But Now they're making their run. They're starting that run in their lower bracket. As we see,
I can't believe that endpoint might be out this early. And
Guild
winning that
Guild have done it.
Guild have knocked out.
What is this?
They've
What is
done
this
it.
round?
And it looks like Luminosity going to be knocking out endpoint.
Yeah, I mean that's that 3-0. You shouldn't be dropping a 3-0. Luminosity. I'm struggling right now, Orb, because I'm being presented with a lot of information that contrasts with what I expected at the moment. And okay, endpoint.
Response.
It's possible.
It is. They've got the goal early enough where this looks a lot more realistic now than it did a couple of seconds ago. You can't afford to be going into that final minute needing 3.
So this being our final game to finish up here, we just saw Guild winning 3-2 in game 4 to take Carmine Corp out of the tournament. And that's just not looking good for Carmine Corp. They're that team that just haven't reached the expectations we had set for them this season in RLCS. You know, when you saw Astral, Stake, and Itachi forming a team, we all thought that's a super team. Look at how mechanical that is. Look at how good that team is. And then when you look at the kind of teams that are coming through that are mechanical, like Dignitas, like Queso, they've got much more structure to them. That K-Corp team really needs to find a structure that works for them, that they can reproduce, especially when they're frustrated potentially from losses or not performing too well. Where now endpoint, 1 minute left. They've got to bring back here because they are 2-1 down in this series. Luminosity looking to take it here.
And Luminosity looking to bounce back after being eliminated from the last tournament by Dignitas in, I believe, one of the earlier rounds. I don't remember if it was round 1 or round 2. Either way, we're not happy to see Dignitas that early, as I'm sure most teams haven't been. Metza, who's following? Okay, all right, this is happening.
Yeah, that's the play we like to see for endpoint. Working well as a team, relating wave, that final touch to take out the last defenders. Or Metsonoris to take out the final defenders, relating wave coming in to finish it off. You know, endpoint have got clutch in them. You know, they've been in finals.
I'm surprised they went for that play, because the worst thing we see from some teams is that they panic and just take the shot.
Especially in final moments, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. If there was a time where the discipline's going to break down, you're going to take a shot that you probably shouldn't be. That was the moment. And it's got Seiko looking for the outplay. All right, you're running out of time here, endpoint, but you're running out of time a couple of minutes ago as well. Atomic. Good play by Atomic.
A lot of time wasted. Look at all this time.
He's doing so good. Seiko, another challenge lost. He went for the outplay.
A lot of work
here. He's going to get the ball onto the floor now. That's far side.
That's it.
And that
is it done.
Oh, that's the worst possible bounce. That's still alive. Metza, Seiko. Oh, what a block, Tox.
Atomic's up. This ball is staying up right here. Wave is going to get a
much
touch.
work to do.
Seiko!
Oh! How does that not happen?
My belly's come out. That's how. That's it. What?
You can't do that to us. I was going to very happily endure the This Is Rocket League's in Twitch chat if that one went in. I was going to be so happy to see it, if anything. Oh, you just had to hit the ball harder.
Oh,
hey, Gregan,
so close.
how you doing? You back? You rejoining us?
Gregan, how you doing?
So close. I mean, my heart was going in that 0 second right there.
I'm distraught.
That would have been one of the greatest 0 second goals of all time. That was unbelievably close. They worked so hard to get it, and Seiko just missed the shot at the end, didn't get enough power on it. He was probably unsure, do I pass or do I shoot? You know, I've got one player there. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Or could you just...
I mean,
I'm livid right now.
Listen, I understand. I mean, we wanted a game 5, okay? That would have been an excellent ending, and I mean, especially with a play like that. I don't know. It is heartbreaking. But listen, at the end of the day, it's Rocket League. It happens. I don't really know what more to say other than too bad. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. What do you say to that?
Luminosity.
That hurts in the heart.
They deserve it, right? Luminosity had a tough run in their first, because they're having to earn seeding right now because they're a newer team. They're trying to earn those later runs, which get them better seeding for the future events like Queso have done at this event. And, they had to face BDS once again in the same group. They took a bad loss against Guild. Let's be honest, they should be beating those. And that meant they had this tough run at the bottom where they're going to have to beat Endpoint, which they've just done. Fair play to them. And they're now up against Dignitas, who they had to play against last time early on in the lower bracket. So the runs for Luminosity are not forgiving right here. But that's going to be one of those games to watch tomorrow. Dignitas, Luminosity could go all the way to game 5.
Shogun, how are you looking at that BDS Team Queso matchup? I mean, we saw BDS there last time.
I'm really happy for Queso. Sorry, I'm trying to refine my words right now.
It's fine. Take time.
It's proving to be quite difficult. Yeah, thank you. All right, I need a deep breath in. But for Queso, it's good to see that this was not the one-off. I don't think many of us expected it to be a one-off, but it's always nice to get in the proof right there in front of us.
They earned
but
it
for
as well.
EG, I'm really happy for EG as well, because every time it feels we have put EG under pressure, asked them, can you be clutch in this situation? They fall apart. And this one, they were under pressure and they actually came through. This is a big win for them to be over there up against Misfits in a match I would say, Gregan, they are favored in.
I think so, yeah. I think the other thing I just remembered as well, just to go on a different match, I think EG against Misfits will be a great one. That's a massive one for both those teams for points and potential qualification for the Winter Major. But Queso, we see them in that upper semifinals, but it wasn't easy. They had to reverse sweep Semper, who are now out. Semper just lost 3-0 in the lower bracket, and they were one game away in that upper bracket from beating Queso, going 3-0 in that group to go into the upper bracket final. And if I recall correctly, we saw a similar thing happen to Semper, where they underperformed in the group stages in the last event, went down into that lower bracket, and it was just too much for them to take on. They went 2-1 in the group stages and lost out on that tiebreaker just due to their own loss in round 3 of the group stages. So Semper really struggling with this format right now, clutching up in the group stages to earn that upper bracket, and they're getting punished for it in the lower bracket.
I mean, we can't also forget, guys, this is only day 1. This is essentially the setup for the playoffs, the setup for the insanity that's going to be the next 2 days. There's definitely some really exciting matchups. It has been a really great day 1. Shogun, any thoughts on today? All right, good and bad. Okay, have you found your words? First of all, just send it to Gregan first.
Please do. Actually, I'm looking up some stuff real quick.
Okay, Gregan, I'm passing it to you. What do you think of day 1 so far in terms of teams that surprised you, overall matches, players, whatever you have? Good sir.
Oh, it's the closed qualifier teams once again coming through and showing up. We've got Evil Geniuses, Misfits, Guild, even just seeing teams like Stormtroopers who are having their first ever regional and being so close to knocking out big teams. This is the European region down to a T. We have so much depth, so many teams that can win tournaments, and this is the split of the closed qualifier team.
So I finally looked it up. Yeah, top 5. The battle for top 5 in Europe is open right now. Evil Genius is currently holding the top spot, but currently also tied with 4 other teams at 270 points. Over the way down in 11th, within 50 points of them, is 00 Nation and Semper. It is ridiculous how many of these teams, here are the teams as well that are still in: EG, Luminosity, Misfits, 00 Nation. Teams like Endpoint, who are just above them, so they're okay-ish for now. Carmine Corp, Vitality, Williams Resolve, Semper themselves are all out. So they're going to fall behind in this race. They need a massive final tournament for themselves, but tomorrow could be really telling as to who's going to represent Europe.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it earlier regarding the pricing and the points and everything. There's a lot on the line, not only the money, but especially the points. And, missing out on playoffs is definitely going to hurt you point-wise. And we had Queso, who only needed to make it to finals, right? And Dig, if they won the regional, they are through to the Winter Major. So obviously those are only 2 of the teams, but a lot on the line for the players, for the teams, and it's going to be an exciting next 2 days. But that's going to cut it for the show here today. I really hope you guys have enjoyed day one. Games will resume tomorrow at 5 p.m. CET. That will be 8 a.m. PT. I'm looking forward to catching the games alongside all the other viewers. It is going to be a great weekend. All right, more Rocket League coming your way tomorrow. See you then.